Okay, I'm here. I'm here a couple minutes early. I'll hang out a minute, let somebody get in here. Well, there we are. We got somebody in here. So anyhow, I'm sure some people noticed that I put up a couple, three old videos today. Actually, about seven of them. I was going through a folder of old videos. I'll look for more. I got a few lined up that I'll probably post up tomorrow sometime, or whichever. I'll get them posted up. Okay, just so people can have a trip down memory lane with me. Okay, I've had a request to find a certain one. Okay, the truth about women, a video I did a long time ago. I can't guarantee what I can post because I lost a lot of videos before I had any way of backing it up. Okay, and then amongst moves and stuff, I didn't get some of the stuff backed up and lost another channel. That's just the way it goes. So I've lost a lot of work over the years, but I've also maintained some. And I actually got quite a bit that I've saved, and I've got quite a bit of other stuff that I've saved. Some of it, though, I may not put back up because back in the day, before Google owned YouTube, I could freely speak out better. But since Google and censorship came in, some of the stuff I said back in the day probably wouldn't fly in today's time without getting me hate speech or, anyhow. So I'm trying to be picky about what I put back up. Hey, that would be cool. That's the thing, man. I want people to anticipate in the show, and that's what's going to keep me coming up here. Okay, I'll carry this show on as long as people are willing to be here and anticipate in it. If people drop out and don't want to call in and that goes on, then I'll cut the show because I'm not doing this just for me. I'm doing this for all of us, okay? And that's really where I come from with this. So, just as you already know. But yes, I did post up some old videos today. Yeah, don't I look a lot older there? Well, I mean younger. Yep, yep. I always like to turn around and have this little attitude about, yep, I looked a lot older then, didn't I? But, with all the joking aside, our society is really messed up, guys. Really, totally messed up. I had Harry from United Kingdom to talk to him earlier today and warn, you know, and we're talking about some of the stuff, but it's amazing how I can show you stuff from back in 2006 and 7, and here we are today when I was caught a nut and said it wasn't going on, and it's only escalated and gotten worse. But that don't surprise me any when we have 30 plus years of male bashing, feminism. We have NWO dividing the genders through all kinds of different ways and keeping us each other mad at each other, and then we got all these phonies and fakes and frauds all over the place, okay, on the net. And so it makes it hard on everybody. It really does. Now I am hoping to have Steve Hoke on here later tonight. I have spoke to him, okay, and hopefully he'll make it in here tonight. He's got his own life going over there and he's taking care of his mother, and I have a lot of respect for Steve for that. I really do. Steve and I, and over and all, we've always had a few things. Him and I have a lot of like in. And the one thing that I possess that Steve possesses is real care. Okay, and I know Steve possesses it just like I do. I have a lot of respect for the man. But anyhow, with that being said, he'll get in here when he gets in here, huh? But Steve did say he'd probably come on tonight, so we'll just wait and see. Okay, and we'll go from there. But for anybody else that wants to get in here, I definitely want you to come in here. And we're going to talk a little bit about, I was talking with Kevin last night, and I haven't talked to Kevin for a while. Some of you who've been around a while know who Kevin is. Some of you that haven't been around may not know who Kevin is. Kevin's a TFLer, but and even though he's still alone, he's done a lot of critical thinking skills, and Kevin's a very smart man. I like Kevin a lot. He's actually the only man I could ever. Yep, there you go. That's who I'm talking about. Kevin 905. Yep. And Kevin's actually a pretty smart man, and he's done a lot of thinking, and he's looking at how toxic women are in today's society. Okay. And being a TFLer, so he says how toxic women are in today's society, and he's correct. Okay. Women are toxic. Okay. I hate to say it, but there's also toxic men. But if you're going to get a woman and with a woman and she's toxic, I don't think you'd want to be there anyhow because you're just going to have a life of hell. But I do have somebody jumped in here with me. Welcome.
Hey, Bill, it's Steve from Texas.
Hey, how's it going, Steve?
Oh, not much, not much. Haven't called in a while, so I thought I'd just say hi. And yeah, you do look younger in those videos you posted.
Oh, you think? Yeah, I look a little younger there, huh?
Yeah, a
I've
whole
been,
lot younger.
well, I've been around a while, haven't I?
That's true. Yep.
Okay, yeah, I do look different in videos, and I can see where my health went to hell, and I can see where age set in. Okay, and I'm like, that's nice. So I'm getting younger. See what you look like when you get younger? Oh, I mean older. you you see how I always give people shit about looks because nobody keeps their damn looks.
Oh, that's true. I mean, I just turned 30, and I certainly don't look the way I do 10 years ago. So,
Well, that's just
but
it. Nobody keeps their looks. It doesn't matter who you are. You're not going to keep your
yeah,
looks. And, I can understand somebody wanting some attraction. I got nothing against that part at all. But there is way too much emphasis put into looks. But how are you going to get around that when that's all that's been pushed?
Hey, Bill. Hey, Steve. How's things, man?
hey, how's it going?
It's going okay.
I'm
Nothing too much where I'm at.
I'm
Still
glad
seeing.
I'm glad
So,
to see you around, Toronto man. I
yeah,
really
I wasn't on last week because I was preoccupied last week, so I just didn't have enough time.
Hey, that's all right. That's all right. You're here now, right? See? Okay. And that's what
Hey,
counts.
Toronto.
Hmm.
Maybe, I mean, were you out having a social life last Saturday, or?
I was at my house. Just I had too many things to take care of. It's one of those days.
Right, right,
Yeah.
right, right, right.
How about you?
Yeah, I mean, I've went, I guess, on a couple dates in like the past couple months, but for the most part, I don't know, they like either didn't return my calls or it just didn't work out.
Uh,
And
did you get those dates from online dating or offline?
yeah, Tinder and Bumble.
Oh, okay, I
But
got
Okay.
you.
I have to say that like they don't look the way they do on their pictures and stuff, which is fine. I'm not like a very picky guy, but I don't know. I could definitely, especially going on the date, I could definitely kind of notice the entitlement that women nowadays have. Like when I tell them what I do, for example, I can kind of notice how they behave differently, and I guess they make assumptions about my income and stuff.
Oh shit,
And
There
that's
you
still an
go.
issue, eh?
I like that because this is typical. This is what's been going on for years and years now. And you have really gender roles and social engineering responsible for this. Okay, but he's right. So he got an interview.
yeah, I was eligible for an interview by a couple women. That's true. If you,
That's what you
but
got.
you, but you know what the funny part is? I'm not even poor or anything, and I have very little to no debt actually. So to be honest, I'm not even like I'm not even poor. I just don't show it to a lot of people. I just kind of lead a,
Yeah,
I guess you would say,
but in today's society, it's gotten to a point now. I mean, there's a whole bunch of women out earning men. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and this is no lie. This is factual truth. In today's society, some of these things, depending on the woman, may not count. Because you have money, she may not care. She may be more busy looking at what kind of clothes you're wearing, what kind of job you're doing, you know, and she's got this probably hit list in the back of her mind, and maybe she also has something she saw on TV and a fantasy at the back of her mind, and this is the world she's living in, okay? And so, good luck. And
yeah,
then, and then of
yeah.
course,
Hey Steve, yeah, I still haven't had a date yet. I'm struggling still, online and offline. So I'm struggling to get the first date, and it sucks. I'm guessing you went on those dates with I presume white girls, or were they black or
No, no,
Hispanic?
white girls, white
White
girls.
girls. Okay, good.
Yeah.
That's
yeah,
good, buddy. Yeah,
But
I
I
mean,
mean, the main issue really is just that I mean, I guess just like Bill just said, I guess I just don't fit their their dream or what they have their checklist in the back of their mind. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
I mean,
But like I said, I'm not doing bad. I actually own my own car, and I never was late on any of my rep payments. I make a steady income. I make good money, but for some reason these girls want you to have a big truck and work in the oil industry, and
oh,
you
jeez.
already know I told you about it. So
oh
I guess.
yeah.
good luck. Good luck dating in Texas if you're not in the oil industry, even if you're making
Well,
money.
at least you got some dates. I can't even get one date.
Toronto. I was talking with Harry from United Kingdom today, and I was talking with Warren. We had a little meeting, okay, up here on Zoom, and we were chatting, and I brought your name up, okay. And
Mhm.
it's like I told Warren, he's got autism and he stutters, okay. You have a speech impediment, okay, which is by no means your fault, right? But
Mhm.
because you have that issue, of course, that's going to be enough that you're going to be pushed out and pushed out and pushed out and pushed out. So it's like when you meet somebody the first time you open your mouth, it's pretty much over. Okay?
Uh,
And that is so sad, and I feel so bad for you. I really do. I wish I could change your life for you. I really do. And
uh,
make you happier, but I can't control what's going on. This is the
I
reason
got,
I fight. This is the reason I speak
yeah.
out and
I
fight.
mean, when I was a kid and I had my speech impediment or speech disorder, whatever you call it, I had kids come up to me when I was a kid telling me, "Why do you stutter so much?" And I was like, one of those things that just kills you and deep down inside. I just, it hurt me as a
You'd
kid.
kind of
Just,
you'd kind of expect, as women get older and more mature, quote unquote, they would be able to look past it. But I don't
well,
know. It seems like
I mean, right now, my age is becoming a factor in me not getting a date in Toronto. So,
Yeah, well, I want to throw a couple of things in here real quick, and I'll let you guys talk. Okay, I'm noticing what's being said in here. Okay, and I'm going to tell you right now. I want to answer a question from Mike. He wants to know what the ultimate end game is for TFL. and what the powers to be are going to accomplish with that. Easy. It's to divide the genders, which has worked. It's to eventually bring in a gender asexual society where sex is not happening, and men and women are completely divided. And why would they do that? Because it's the core of the NWO. How are they going to reduce the population and control the number? It's right there in the Georgia Guidestones in your face. The only way to control that number is you have to control the birth rate. Well, where does the birth rate start? In the dating scene. Okay, so that's sort of right in your face. And then, of course, we got right here where Wolf Martin writes, I've noticed to TradeCon, okay, that there are almost no Mexican TFLers or MGTOWs. They all have no problem getting a woman. Well, I disagree with the MGTOWler part completely because the majority of the MGTOWlers are TFLers in denial. Anytime you got a guy that's a MGTOW claiming he gets it anytime he wants, he gets laid all the time, man. And he brags that he gets laid all the time. Well, I'm sorry, people that are actually getting it don't go bragging they're getting it. That's a TFLer for sure.
Can I say one quick thing here?
Yeah, go.
In regards to what Wolfie Martin said about Mexican TFLers, I'm down in Texas, so we have a huge Hispanic population here, and I did actually notice that Mexican, especially freshly minted immigrants or immigrants that recently came here, they do have families, bigger families usually.
You
I
know
mean,
what?
that's one thing I noticed.
I would agree with that because I've seen this in Florida where there's a population of lots of Mexicans, okay? And
Yeah.
I've seen what you're seeing up in Florida. So I'm going to agree with that, okay? Because I've actually seen that. So I'm going, that part I do agree with. I think we do have, maybe in Mexico, they're not pushing the narratives of the brainwashing as much as they
Um,
have
Well,
here.
I believe that I believe that a big factor is that these people come from a background of poverty, and when a society faces more levels of poverty, people tend to stick together more, and I think they face different. Let's just say that a poor Mexican woman can't be compared to an entitled, spoiled white woman that
mhm.
has been given everything in her life. I
Well,
think
you
that
know what? I think you've got a very valuable point because I think you just hit the, I think you hit it the nail on the head right there. Okay, I really do. Because I haven't been to
mm,
Mexico, but I have been to the Philippines. And if you get to the other side of the Philippines, nowhere near Manila on the other islands, they live in a third world nation just like Mexico, and their family units, they have morals, they have values, and they're tight.
yeah,
Okay, they really are. And they're tight. So you don't find too many, okay, that ain't already got. Okay, so I would have to say, yeah, I agree with you on that.
yeah.
Bill, what would you have? Do you believe that 30% of men are forced to be alone? Would you believe that that's a correct percentage? 30%?
30% are alone.
Mm-hmm.
I have trouble with the numbers. I would say it's probably in around that area. But
I would
because I
say
have no way of, we actually have no way of actually getting the real statistics on
because
TFL. We know the number's gone up, okay? But to give an accurate would be hard to do because we have no way of actually gauging that. Because how are we going to survey TFL when you got so many MIG toters who are TFL who blatantly lie to you and say
yeah,
they're
because
not? You know,
oh yeah, for sure.
it's a very personal problem. So how are you going to gauge an accurate number to figure out how many people are really TFL when you got a whole bunch of people lying that will never own up to it?
That's true because from what I'm seeing, like that Monday FA guy, he's saying the same thing that I've been hearing so many times. That 30% of men are incels, but I believe it's an actually a high number. I would say pretty much like 80% of probably men are probably alone. I
What
think,
is it? Yeah, okay. Well, I hear you. I'm not sure what the numbers are because I can't gauge it. So, but I do got Steve with us, Steve Hoke as well. It's Steve from Texas. So, Mr. Hoka, welcome to the show. And what do you think? Do you think there's any way of getting the actual numbers?
Accurate numbers on TFL?
Yes.
No, I don't know if there's accurate numbers. It's really hard to gauge it because, like, if you work a job that involves being around a lot of married couples, like if you go to this, let's say you work at Home Depot, you're nothing going to see nothing but married couples and people getting stuff for their husbands or their, because women, of course, want the fancy stuff. So it's hard to gauge what TFL is like because this is a taboo subject. And I mean, how do you gauge? I really don't know. And if you further this problem, here's another thing I've noticed. I've noticed there's more women in the bar scene today. Not that I go to the bar much. A lot of guys are dropping out of the bar scene. So then you really don't know how many men really are living TFL. I mean, I don't even think the government keeps stats really on this,
And another thing that you have to factor in is that there are a bunch of men living TFL within a marriage. So
yeah, well, yeah, I'm not saying that doesn't happen too. I mean, it's the old saying that the grass always seems greener on the other side. And yet, because that's true, because like you could be a single guy with a big bank account and the guy that's married is like thinking, God, I'd like to be that. It's hard to say, but
yep.
it doesn't make the situation for a lot of TFL men very easy. But congrats to Bill for putting up his old stuff. It proves that he was right 12 years ago.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went through some more today. I got a whole bunch to go through yet. Of course, I lost a lot too, so I can't guarantee people what I can put back up. But I do have to be more picky about what I put back up. I was thinking about something Steve and I talked about when I mentioned about a turd out the blah 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 blah. Okay, and I found a video where I did mention some of that stuff. It's not the exact one that Steve's talking about. Now,
Yeah, that one was classic. You said in the video, you want to keep judging by looks, don't you? You want to be a low life piece of turd shit out of my ass. That was hilarious.
Hoka,
Yeah.
Hoka.
Yeah.
Can you okay, you released a video I think over 10 years ago. It was called 1 in 10 Men. Have you ever
Oh,
been
I
able
got that one. I think it's still up on my server. I just got to put it out of private mode. Yeah, I have that up on there now.
Okay, you're gonna need to edit that and go.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to edit anything. I could just unlock it and put it up there. I can do that right now because that was one of the few ones that I actually re-uploaded. If I just put it in, but if you want to see that one, yeah, that's a good video. And here's what's amazing about that video. Okay, at the time that I did it, I was saying if you're that one is not up. There's one called 18-year-old virgin equals 36-year-old virgin. And even though I did that like 11 years ago, it's more profound now because now the 18-year-old virgin is over 30 now, or hitting 30.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I know
And
what video you're talking about. Steve's actually done a better job probably of archiving his stuff than I have, so I'm sure.
well, I got like a lot of those online, you got a lot of those you can store your stuff on a cloud now, which I think is kind of cool.
Right. So Steve, so Steve might probably still has it on a cloud or something. I would assume. If he didn't, and you're talking about the 1 in 10 men, right?
Oh, I got that. I think I could find. I'll look for that. I will see. But that one, that was the one is 1 in 10 men won't find a woman. I don't think I articulated myself very well in that. And I under exaggerated. I think it's 3 in 10 men. Of course, that was 10 years ago.
Well, yeah. And it's gotten worse, and it's actually gotten worse since then. So.
Yeah.
I believe that if you consider MGTOWers in denial, TFLers within a marriage, and actual just lonely guys, I think the TFLer percentage is probably around 50 to 60%, maybe even.
Yeah, it could be. How do you gauge it? One way I gauge TFL is just go out in public and see how little attention is paid to you. Now, age could be a factor, don't get me wrong, but now we're hearing 22-year-old guys complain about this. So I don't think totally it's an age thing, because if 25-year-old guys who are at their sexual or romantic peak, and believe me, I think your 20s is the best time. I don't think you get men aged like fine wine is such crap. Like Bill
Oh, I
said, you
agree.
lose your. But I think that it's going to get tougher, and why is going to get, it already is tougher. I don't know how men are coping with this. I really don't.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I can't even get it. My age is becoming a big factor in me not having a date. I mean, this is a big joke. I can't get a woman to, talk to me because she's gonna use my age against me and stuff. So, I don't know.
Another theory I have, that it relates to the city of Toronto. Toronto is the most multi-ethnic city probably in the world, in the more, even more so than even London, England. Now, what I have a theory about is that when societies become highly multi-ethnic with about 500 different ethnic or socioeconomic groups, what tends to happen is the women take everything just kind of goes in favor of women by default, and the men just get left behind, because in a unit, in a society where you have predominantly the same culture and race, I think it's easier to connect with people because you all have the same common ground. But I think that Toronto poses a lot of problems for people. I don't doubt for a fact for a minute that the multicultural thing with Toronto is affecting the TFL thing.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's very left too. I mean, there's, the city's pushing LGBT 100 and asexualism, and it's just everything wrong about California is up here, and it's destroying the
Yeah.
dating scene in Toronto.
Hey,
I
Toronto,
mean,
I
can I
tend to
ask
think
you?
I tend to think that I
Uh,
tend to think that a lot of men are going the trainee route to meet women, because when you go to a trainee, I know this is that not all trainees. So a lot of trainees are very resolute in the fact that they're not gay. So the only reason a man could go trainee if he's not gay would be as if he's looking for women, and he's trying to identify with something that's going to make him stand out. And maybe, for some guys, the trainee route's the way to go. I think it's insane, because turns you into something you don't want to be. And then here's another thing: contrary to what they say, being a trainee is not easy. I think you're to walk around dressed up as a woman in a white suburb, people would probably be calling the police on you.
I think,
So,
personally, I think that you look like a damn freak.
well, you look like a freak, but everybody says that the media is pro trainee, but yes and no. In the media, they may protect you, but you're not protected from prejudiced people. So the trainee thing poses two problems. Number one, it forces you out of your comfort zone, makes you do something you not necessarily would do, but it also puts you out there. And if you're in a residential suburb like I am, I'm certainly not going to be dressing up as all cross dressing. Are you friggin' crazy? There'd be people looking at you like, who is this weirdo? I mean, we still have a very homophobic society. I don't care what anybody says. Society has gone into some weird. It's like I said, you remember how the men's urinals never had like dividers between them? Now they all do, and all the men's showers are all private, double insulated showers, so that you can dress while you shower. It's crazy. So I think some crazy shit's going on today. I really do.
Yeah, that I totally agree with that. And as far as what Toronto was saying,
Yeah.
okay, I would have to say, see, he sees them pushing the tranny and the asexual hard and up there, okay, and that's, well, I mean, if you listen to David Icke, he'll even talk about that, the agenda behind that, you
Well,
know.
the agenda, if it worked individually, if being a trainee gave you a lot of social options, it would be tempting, Bill, to do it. But the problem I see with the trainee thing is I don't think it would go too well unless you lived in a really liberal part of town where nobody gave a shit. You got to be careful where you do that shit too. You're not going to just walk down your suburban street with kids and dressed up as a woman. They're going to think you're a freak.
Oh no, oh yeah, I totally agree.
And so
You know,
you're actually a physical target then, because you still have a lot of people out there. There's still pussy whip manginas, but they're traditionalists. A lot of these traditionalists are dangerous people too, because not only are they homophobes, but they put women on a pedestal still. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
you know, this is the sad thing about it is that I can understand what Steve's saying, but I don't think going tranny would be your option anyhow because think about it. You go tranny, but you're not gay in no fashion at all. Okay? So you think this is gonna help you pick up a woman. But if a woman was okay interested in another woman, she don't want somebody that's got the plumbing between their legs dressed like a woman.
No, Bill, I disagree with you. There are women that have fetishes for men in drag. There are. And in fact, I believe it's this bad. I believe that if you were looking for a date and you wanted to find a freaky woman that was into that trainee, it would be easier for a guy dressed in drag to find a woman than it would be for just an average Joe guy with a good paying job to get a woman. I guarantee it. If you dressed in drag, you probably could get laid quicker than you could if you were just your everyday self. You know,
Well,
that's
you
how
know,
sad it is.
you might be right about that, Steve. I don't know. I don't know enough to answer that. I do know somebody who's a friend who is okay, has the actual issue and has had it his whole life.
Yeah.
Okay, and he don't have luck because well, he's not gay, and he has a problem with wanting to get into a relationship because he wants a woman. Okay, and he's got female friends that knows, you know what I'm saying? And they're
Yeah.
there, and he's only had like one woman interested in him, and the rest of the time they just play him off. But
Well,
that's not here in America. Okay, so
you'd have to in order to prove this point I'm making, you'd have to get about 6 or 8 TFL guys that are fairly average, decent looking, that are living TFL and dress them in drag and do that experiment. You could go out into the drag scene and see what you could do. I am of the opinion that yes, it could work for you, but I'm not one to, I mean, what is the end goal? To get laid? Is it to catch it? And I'll tell you what, if you get caught up in that drag scene, you're probably going to deal with more sexual transmitted diseases, which is very scary because almost every woman that's promiscuous has HPV now,
oh no, I totally agree with that.
and that's a
Okay,
that's a death sentence too.
and I think I think you probably most likely there's a good chance you could be right. I have no
Yeah,
way of really knowing. Okay.
yeah. I don't either. I haven't tried it. I don't think. Yeah, I mean, it's like I think that I saw this. I was doing a service job. I was working with another company. This was about a year ago, and I saw some guy in his late 40s, looked around my age, but he had gray hair. He's dressed in Peter Pan leotards in like down in the city of Cleveland, in I think it was Lakewood area. Now Lakewood always had a reputation of being a gay area, but not anymore so much. It's trendy, and I looked at him and I don't think the guy was gay. I think he was just trying to maximize being a man by being dressed up as a woman so that he could get pussy. I mean, I don't kid yourself. A lot of these, the metro prior to the LBGT, what happened 10, 15, or 15 years ago? Remember the term metrosexual? Metrosexual was a guy that dressed effeminate and gay, painted his nails, but was clearly a heterosexual straight guy. And what was the purpose of the metrosexual? To find a way to a mating strategy to get access to pussy. I mean, that's what it was all about. It had nothing to do with metrosexuals being obsessed with feminine things. They were trying to, uh, maximize their potential sexually, and the way they did it was to act effeminate.
Okay, that's
So,
I guess that's
I do,
just
I
not
do, I
me.
do remember this. I do remember this being the case about 10 years ago. With a lot of men driving hybrids and I guess wearing clothes that fit and just caring more about their personal hygiene and stuff like that, and getting more haircuts and stuff like that. Yeah,
yeah, and
I
the
guess
guy
you could. I
Go
guess
ahead.
you could
Sorry, Emma.
see that as a. I guess you. Yeah, I guess that was sort of a mating strategy by showing women that you also have a feminine side, quote unquote. But I don't think women were even falling for that back then. I think they were
Oh,
still.
bullshit. No, no, no. Yeah, they were. They were falling for it back then because I knew people that live in California. They certainly were. It was a very big trend, but it gravitated
Mm,
into this LGBT. I totally don't think that the men cross dressing has anything to do with them wanting to get access to other. I mean, guys. I think there are a lot of men. Like for example, Bruce Jenner. I'm going to tell you what I think would happen, and I heard another YouTuber say this too. Bruce Jenner was basically the buffoon on that show, the Kardashian show. Okay, so what he did was he felt that by going trainee, he would be able to get himself into the spotlight again. And I don't whether or not he's gone through the gender assignment resurgery. I don't think he has that I'm aware of, but I think it was a mating strategy to get women. I really do. I don't think he really wants to be with other men. I think it's women. I don't think he's gay. I mean, he fathered so many kids from two different women. It doesn't make any sense at all that he would just want to go trainee. But he's an older guy. He's insignificant, and what better thing to do but go the trainee route?
yeah, I guess, but I just don't see how. I mean, I can see how it could be a strategy for a very, very small subset of women that probably would find it interesting to have sexual intercourse with a transsexual male.
Okay,
But
okay, but let me
I mean,
interject.
that's a
I
very,
think
very,
it's
very small.
I
Yeah.
don't agree with you. I think if you went trainee, you probably could find some freaky woman. I think you would because you would be now in a subset of the culture. Think about it this way. Okay, if you wanted to meet marathon runners, what do you do? Well, you get involved in that small subset of the marathon culture. You run, you exercise, and then before you know it, you're going out and drinking beers with them, and you're doing your thing. Okay, well, if you wanted to get involved in the trainee culture and the freakishness that goes around it, you would just have to get around people that do that type of thing. And I think that's what a lot of guys have done. They are doing that to strategize. And I think it's sad that, your only other option is to stay home on a Friday, Saturday night.
But even if men, or I guess transsexual men, do achieve the ultimate goal of having sexual intercourse with a woman doing this, even then it's still not like a long-term solution to TFL, because
No, 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 no,
all you're
it's
going to do
not. It's not.
is get in touch with women that want to, I don't know, exercise their freaky fantasies, their sexual fantasies, and I mean, how can a woman ever see a transsexual as fathering a child, or being a long-term partner, or being the man of the house, or whatever?
I'm
So.
not I'm not arguing. I'm not trying to impose, but I think you're not seeing the big picture. If you want to become a member of a subculture, you have to
Mm.
dress and talk the talk and walk the walk. If you want to associate with people that are artsy fartsy artistic, you better walk the walk and talk the talk. And that's what trainees are doing. They want to get involved in something that gives them sexual identity. There's no such thing as male sexuality anymore. This is coming from
Uh-oh, we lose something?
male. What? I don't know what happened.
Okay, you're back now, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, it's like he was talking and it just went quiet, so I don't know what happened there.
But I see what Steve Hoka is saying, though, that there are probably some men out there that pursue this avenue in order to at least be part of something, and at least have some sort of connection to the opposite gender,
Right. It's the
in
only way to
some
do it.
kind of
It's
way.
the only way to do it.
Right,
In my
right, right.
opinion,
Okay.
it's the only because what other option do you have? Go to a bar. Women have already segregated themselves in the bars today. I've gone to a few bars locally. There's a place there's a place called Cam's Corner in Cleveland. It's on the west side of Cleveland, and I've gone into a couple of those bars, maybe last year, and I noticed there are a lot more women than men in those bars. But the problem is, women immediately segregate themselves. They are not there to meet men. They are strictly there to You know, I've seen well, pretty much the bars everywhere. I'm seeing a lot more women than I've ever seen in the bars, but they're not there to meet guys or talk to them. And you are off limits and don't even fucking think you're going to talk to them because they don't want to talk to you, and that's all there is to say. I mean, I don't know anymore. You're just going to be. So this is why the bar scene is kind of passe for guys that are looking for women. And it used to be a good place. You could meet a group of girls there, and you might. I know a lot of successful marriages that worked out in the bar scene. It was just girls' night out, boys'
Hello,
night
everybody.
out, but it doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, that'll never happen in this day and age.
Yes, we have.
Hey, Steve. Hey, Bill.
Hello.
This is I've been listening to the show for a very long time, going way back to Blog Talk days. I'm perfectly honest. I'm kind of happy you guys are still around doing this stuff. I think as far as society now, I think it's actually taken a much major shift. I think things have hit an implosive level. I think movies like The Joker are now highlighting this problem that went back so far. Because
Yeah,
it's an
but the
avoidance
movie
point.
The Joker was kind of a psyop to get people to go there. I didn't buy into the hype. That's why I haven't seen The Joker, because all these guys that are in the MGTOW in the TFL are all saying, "Oh, that Joker's a great movie." Yeah, but it's made for mass consumption. If it's made for the masses, it's probably not good.
Oh, well, they definitely stereotyped that movie to a large degree, but it did hint to a real issue. I think it's now hit a boiling point now.
Right, but why did they hype
Because
it up to say it's going to be an incel rebellion? Why did they do that before the movie even came out? They were doing it to promote the fucking movie. That's what I resent. And Bill and I both know we don't like being manipulated, right, Bill?
That's it.
well, I think they
Unfortunately,
were
we
doing
have.
that because of probably the previous. They probably were doing that for the previous Batman movie. They probably were doing that for that reason. Or it could have been for promotion too, but still to the point. I think it was hinting at something that's very relevant today.
Yeah.
Well, see, my take on it is that, even my own parents, and I've heard this throughout my whole life. I'm 30 years old, by the way. I've heard this my whole life. People saying, or talking about that, there is a subset of the population of people that just grow old and lonely.
Yeah.
They don't know about the exact terminology, TFL
Right.
or incel, but it's just common knowledge that according to some normies or blue pillars, I guess there just are people that just never find somebody and grow old and are alone their whole time. And I
Yeah, but a
think
lot
those
of them,
people
and a lot
watching
of
the
it,
Joker movies,
yeah.
right, I'm just saying that those people who watch the Joker movie, they probably don't perceive it as like some kind of new phenomenon that there's inceldom going on or whatever. They just see him. Oh, he's the lonely guy, and and he's just kind of off his rocker, going crazy.
Oh, I
Well,
definitely think there's more to the story. It's the butterfly effect. I mean, there's many surrounding factors that lead up to this what we see now. Like case in point, the wealth gap, the politics, paid off politicians. I mean, it's a whole sort of scheme that's being played out that's actually generating the atmosphere we see now. That's why I say
yeah.
it's more pronounced
Speaking,
now.
yeah,
It's a boiling point now.
you're talking about corruption. I listened to a couple of local bloggers on the Cleveland Browns, and that the rule of thumb is understood that the NFL is so corrupt. They want the top teams like the Patriots to win. They have overlooked all the cheating scandals. The corruption level is through the roof. It is absolutely through the roof. And every institution is so corrupt now. Sports are corrupt. Politics are corrupt. The corporations are corrupt. I mean, I was fighting a sewer project in my town. I seen the corruption on that end. The level of corruption knows no end, and it never stops. So your voice, like I of all people should, having done political activism, know that your voice doesn't mean a fucking thing. If you got a stupid mass populace and you've got corruption and the political end, there's nothing you can do. I mean, what else can you do? I can see I guess the movie The Joker. The premise of it is that he's tried everything he can to do the right thing and get things done, but no one listens to him, so he wreaks mayhem. Bill, this is the idea of possibly an internet-based novel, like an audio-based novel on the internet.
Yeah, in a way. Yeah, I could see it going there. You know,
Bill, I mean, I
well,
don't know if they could. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Bill.
okay, well, the sad thing about them using this wording, okay, with the incel, is we've already got freaking phony baloney shit that happened where they've nailed incels. And, so the question mark is, are they moving into putting mental health laws in effect or what's going to happen here?
They aren't going to do anything. They're going to let this stuff continue to fester. Like Chief Hugger said, the corruption is way too fluid now. I mean, it basically
Yeah.
hits every single platform, every single avenue. At this point, politics, business, and everything you can imagine inside town is just money moving hands. So,
Right. That's a good point there.
Yeah, that actually is a good point.
see, these are some scary times. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not saying from the standpoint of any kind of cowardice. I'm just saying it seems like everything is up for grabs, up in the air. Like there's no sort of certainty now.
Hmm.
Tomorrow, anything could basically happen. It feels like that.
Yeah, I think people instinctively know. What is your name, by the way? Your area code. I see it's. I'm not going to mention your area.
412. My name is Jamar.
Jamar. Okay, you're a black guy, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The reason I ask is because a lot of the black guys are in getting very upset with this stuff too. I guess this TFL issue. It's hitting the black community pretty hard too. Am I right?
I would say it's actually, well, I've seen video after video where black dudes talk about this topic too. I mean, I've come across various YouTubers who discuss this topic. I mean, there's some like Brandon. Brandon was one.
Oreo Man, yeah.
Nick. Yeah, I remember Nick. I remember there's one guy who went by the name Jamil. I mean, there's so many different channels out there. They just think it just hits one side of town. It's actually an epidemic, but it's something to go stepped over and unnoticed.
Yeah.
I think people feel that when you hit a certain age, you should be able to figure this stuff out. So,
well, how old are you, Jamar? You're about what, 30?
I'm 34.
Okay, you sound like a young guy, but if you hit 35, I mean, you pretty much can get a gauge on what's happening. Me and Bill figured this out 12 years ago, but here's the thing. Prior to Bill's videos, I had resonated with Bill's stuff years before because I had remembered in the early 90s when this dating thing started to change. And it started with these dating books that were coming out before PUA came out. And this problem festered a long time. It took several decades for TFL to become full force like it is today.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
I don't know.
definitely remember those times.
Yeah, well, I'm wondering if
I bought so many books. Well,
I'm wondering if this TFL could get worse. I mean, how worse can not getting a date get? I mean, the thing that I could see possibly the next level of it would be the blame game. If all these men are single, they'll I'm not going to say they'll impose a single bachelor tax. What they'll probably do is open up avenues for more support for women. And of course, we see it already with like battered shelters. Homeless shelters can be strictly for women only. And
I'm going to be honest.
that's yeah.
I think we've hit an implosion level. I'm really perfectly honest. I think the next tier, I don't know how more further it can go. I think
I agree.
Mass shooters.
Yeah.
I think some of these mass shooters are people who are just basically throwing their hands and giving up. I think when it comes down to their personal life, they just say, look, there's nothing for me to look to, so why don't I look out to the landscape for something to believe in? And then they gravitate towards this culture war stuff, and then they go out and pull a mass shooting. But what people don't understand is when you check these people's backgrounds, there's more to their story. Before they flipped to that, they actually were living an isolated life. They just went out from that and found another avenue and said, well, look, since my life isn't working, let me find something else to gravitate towards. And then they just mashed the gas.
Right. Interesting.
Well, it's sad. I don't want to see it come down to this stuff, And the sad thing is, I understand what you're saying about the shootings, but George Sedini was one of the realest ones there was. Okay,
yeah.
I won't bring up.
He documented.
Yep, I won't bring up Elliot Rogers because that's an actor, and I'm sure he's quite alive and just fine.
Yeah, even George Sedini, they had some sympathy. The one guy.
Oh, Steve just broke up again.
Oh. George Sedini was the only honest one, I would say. Out of these other characters, they try to highlight something else, well, they lost their cool because of this or that. They really lost their cool because their life wasn't working out, and then they looked out to the landscape for something else to believe in, and then they went left when it came to whatever they were indoctrinated to.
Yeah.
Um,
Is
so
Steve still with us?
Yeah, I'm here. Do you hear
Oh,
me?
yeah, I do now. It's like you're right in the middle of talking when it suddenly cut out again.
Yeah. Well, it's I think that we're at the point where the snowball's rolling downhill now, where the the damage of the stress of pushing the snowball up the hill, I think things are going to snowball down. I don't think TFL can get any worse. I mean, how worse can TFL get if you've got a third
hold on one
of the
second.
population living it? I mean, how worse could it get? And I'm thinking like we're dealing in having a woman in your life or being married and having a family is going to be a classist thing too. You're going to be privileged if you can find that.
Yeah, let me fix something here. We got background noise going on here.
Hello.
Okay, you're back.
Yeah, sorry about that. Like I said, this stuff it's now. I don't think it can turn it worse because now, like I said, mass shootings are not normal. They're sporadic, and I go over this stuff with the fans who've come, and I know who these guys really are. So, I mean, that's the thing when it comes to me and these guys, because our stories are quite similar, but I just never made that left turn. So,
Well, I don't think most of us are that crazy. I mean, I think that,
exactly.
yeah, but I think that for a
It,
person that doesn't understand, it's not, see, me and Bill understand this real well, that this is social engineering, that it's not your fault. There's a black guy out here now. I want to fucking Bill and me got to follow up on this guy. There's this black African American guy out there who's now telling guys that he used to be TFL too, and now he's got a woman in his life, and he's got he's another one of these guys that's going to feed a bunch of bullshit that you just got to have confidence. And this shit is going to play with people's heads. This is no different than a get rich quick scheme where you tell people you just got to have confidence and you can make it work for you. And I'm telling you, this is dangerous when you
It's
got
about
people out there.
property, yeah. What they're doing is profiting off human suffering.
Yeah, I think
case
a
in
lot of
point,
these black MGTOW guys are more destructive because they are always promoting the game bullshit, and you can get pussy anytime. You
well,
just need I don't know.
well, here's the thing when it comes to that. Really, the PUA Avenue, which kind of falls to the white side of town, I think actually, well, just the entire narrative, where it comes down to you need to come up with a blueprint and then you'll be given results. I think it can be dangerous because you give people a hope and a dream, and if they do this, that, and the third, everything will work out fast. And it's only by trial and error that they realize it isn't that simple. And when you give somebody the idea that they can't succeed and they fall anyway, it turns them to a different individual.
Well, right, because
So,
this black guy's telling people that are TFLers now. I guess he's got a white wife and he's got a half breed kid, and he's telling them that, hey, I used to
oh, you
be
mean Player
TFL, and
Supreme?
no, he's not Player Supreme. He's dead now. Player Supreme
Yes,
died
Player
a long time,
Supreme. Yeah, he died of a heart attack.
about 2 years
No,
ago.
I remember that guy.
But there's this other guy out there. He's giving counseling, but he's giving hope to people that you can make this game work. And I don't believe you can. Now, I imagine you could do the shotgun approach and approach 500 women and probably get one or two phone numbers, but that's a lot of work to just get a date. It's not worth it to. I mean,
Well,
I guess. You know.
here's the thing when it comes to me. I think the ultimate answer is you need to iron out the wrinkles. I mean, that's the approach I'm taking now. I mean, it hits a point to where you're like, look, I need to do something rather than just fade away to the background and live a completely life of suffering, a living hell every single morning, every time you open your eyes. Something must be done. So, my personal formula, this is personally for me.
Yes, please don't say the self-improvement shit. If I hear that again, I'll go throw up.
I'm saying from the standpoint as far as me, I think that's the only thing that can work for me. You know what I'm saying? I like as far as my approach, I do a casual sort of approach from the standpoint of friendship. Like you have to. I almost feel like you need to warm up to somebody to even really approach them. That cold turkey approach stuff, they're asking to be shot down, and that doesn't go too
Yeah,
well.
but what are you gonna do? Okay, let me interject here. Okay, you need to warm up to them. What makes you think you can warm up to just any woman on the street? Okay, so you start warming up and talking
Well, I
about stuff
know.
in the aisle. Listen, they
That's the
either
thing.
like you or they don't. It doesn't mean that because they warm up to you, they want to fuck you, okay, or date
And
you or
that's the
go out
thing.
with you.
And that's the thing. I gauge how they respond to what I say. If they're ignoring my words, then I don't even try. If they're slightly receptive, then you know what I'm saying, I'll carry casual conversation. I really do try to ease my way to a situation. But if I can't, if I see that she is standoffish, I'm not going to try to make something work that won't fit. I don't do that. So it goes off how she acts because I realize the second she sees me, not saying her decision's already made up. My question is, what's her decision? And I go off, you know what I'm saying, how she responds to what
Well,
I
I
say
know
or
what
what I
her
do.
decision is. If she doesn't if she doesn't push her body into your zone and look at you and smile and of course, I do see some women that are friendly, but as soon as you look at their left index finger, it's got a $5,000 diamond ring on it. I mean, there's not much
Yep.
you can do once you see that. So, okay, so let's say you do meet a woman that shows the smiles, and then you see that she's got a God blessed ring on her finger. There's no point there's nothing to pursue. Maybe friendship, but I don't think that's her husband's gonna like that.
Well,
You,
I'm
you know, so go ahead.
the only option. Let me first off, the only option. This is the option I use for myself. I try to warm up to somebody. I go off their body language, and yes, I do mean body language because you can tell if somebody wants to talk to you. If they want to talk to me,
Not
they're going to go to me,
necessarily
then they'll
true. They
actually
they can be
engage.
friendly with you. They can be friendly with you when you go to the BP gas station or the 7-Eleven to get your gas and pay for your beer. The girl's very friendly. She's warming up to you. Doesn't mean she wants to be your boyfriend.
Dude,
And
down
that's the
here in
thing.
Texas, every
And
girl will
that's
call
the
you
thing.
honey and babe, and the cat, and
And,
like everybody working in the grocery store, they'll all call you. Oh, what can I do for you, hun? And all the
and that's the
waiters and
thing.
servers. So I mean,
Those
are
gas
they?
stations, grocery store, out and about sort of avenues, I think are kind of volatile ground. I think you can use that avenue, but you're playing a risky game. I think the only way to really kind of solidify a sentiment is really to go to a social venue. And I'm
Oh
going to
my,
totally be
you
honest,
know
it's a
what? You're
gamble.
sending,
It's a
you're
gamble.
doing exactly what this black guy. Listen, you're trying to feed people bullshit that if you just go out to social venues, you can end your TFL drought. And I say bullshit. They have a group called
I didn't say end.
Meetup.com. It
I'm
doesn't
saying
fucking work,
that's the only avenue. There's only
and it
two
doesn't
options.
fucking work.
Think
I'm
it's
telling
one.
you,
I would agree with Steve here.
it doesn't
Okay.
work. Go to a meetup. Go to a hiking group. Okay, what do you think you're going to do? Go to okay, you're going to go to a social venue. What kind of social venues going to make TFL change you didn't have to do years ago? Okay, you're just looking for ways to expand your horizon. It's almost like jumping into. Well, you need to do 50 more PUA courses or 50 more get rich quick scheme courses.
Yeah.
Well,
TFL is so bad.
here's the only option. Here's the only option. Think or swim. It's the only option. You have to utilize everything that's available. If you don't, then it's just basically sink. It's basically
Okay.
goodbye.
Well, here, let me throw something at you. Okay.
Okay, I'm
I
not
don't.
taking this advice
Yeah.
because I've heard this shit before and I've tried this shit. And most guys who are living TFL have heard this crap. And you're going to be like that other guy on here, sending people down this fucking rabbit hole of just they need to go to different areas and have swag and be more confident. And I get really fucking
Well, we're
cynical.
going
This is why
around
I'm
for
cutting you
Well,
off.
yeah,
decades.
but you know what? I'm gonna get a word in here.
Go ahead,
I
Bill.
stand with Steve on this, okay? Because we've already heard all this, and this has already been said hundreds of times. But I want to throw a question at you. Let's just say for you, what you're doing works for you. So how is that alleviate you from the toxic behaviors that are going on? So do you like being treated like dirt? Do you like drama?
So I like being shared like dirt or like drama. No.
Well, if you're
But at
gonna
this
get,
point,
but if
beggars
you're
can't be
gonna,
choosers.
well, I wouldn't call having a life of misery a better option.
I'm
I
just
don't think
saying
it's
there's only two options.
okay. I don't
There's
believe
only
there's
two
any
options.
options. We're talking about this show. This is our
What
coping
I
way.
think.
The way me and Bill run the show is we tell guys how to cope without giving them fucking false hope, but bullshit like what you're trying to do is tell guys
Exactly.
to go to different. We're not giving them hope. I'm not giving TFLers and incels hope because there is no fucking light at the tunnel right now. There's none. There's no game. There's no swag. There's no event. There's no church you're going to join that's going to end TFL. TFL has worked its way into every institution, with the exception of maybe the Hasidic Jews and the Amish people, and that's about it. With the exceptions of some small.
TFL, it's an actual narrative, but I'm saying this: the only options are basically sink or swim. I mean, from a physical, actual standpoint.
Yeah, and most guys
There's
are.
only two options. Exactly.
Okay,
That's why I say there's so many mass shootings.
Okay, and I'm telling you that telling guys to, yeah, I made an example of going to a 7-Eleven and you interjected by, well, those places don't work. I never said they did work. I just using that as an example because I go to a 7-Eleven or I go to a BP gas station to fill up my truck or my car. My point is that in your daily interaction, you get no female attention other than have a nice day. Now you say go to social venues. Hey, here's another thing. You think you're the only guy thinking those thoughts? Oh, I think I'll go to a social venue to meet women. Lots of horny penises or lonely men are going there too. You think you're the only guy that goes, oh, go to a wine tasting.
No, I'm saying this. I'm saying people need to be outside and ones that are locked to the house. Most people live this kind of lifestyle.
I think you misunderstand that a lot of us do. There's a lot more pleasure sometimes in sitting at home playing a game of chess on the computer than there is to go out and be fucking miserable. And I think there are options for it. Stay the fuck home and get it, like Bill said, sometimes you're better off staying home and not going out there because outside in the world, it's all couples. I mean, it's
That's
like
dangerous, Steve.
No, it's not
No,
dangerous.
dangerous is going out there and being rejected week after week after week, month after month after month, year after year after year.
Isolating yourself is a dangerous thing because I've done that. I've spent more days confined outdoors than plays with insanity.
It's made me very well at understanding the world around me. I'm also a part-time caregiver too. I learned a lot about people just doing what I've done, and I understand the world very well. And no, I think it's dangerous for people that are not aware of what's going on. Sure, but I think that if you,
I'm saying from the standpoint of isolation because I've lived a majority of my life isolated.
Well, let's get this straight. Yeah, well, let's get this straight. First off,
are you writing a PUA book now, and you're going to tell guys how to get?
It sounds
like. Okay, you're telling guys what would. Okay, here's what I want you to ask. I'm going to answer and then let Bill talk. If you had your way to tell a man what a guy living TFL needs to do? Let's say he's average to decent looking. He's not stuttering. Let's just take an average everyday Joe. What does that guy need to do to get a girl in his life? Tell me what your plan is.
Well, my plan is be yourself. If she can't, you know what I'm saying, rock the stack, then what am I supposed to tell her?
Just be yourself, Bill. Hey, Bill, just be yourself.
What do you expect me to say? I mean, honestly, what the fuck do you expect me to say?
Well,
I'm myself all the time. I'm myself. What do you want me to do? Be yourself. I am myself. I'm myself all the time.
Exactly.
I'm myself.
Steve, as real as it gets, so am I.
Here's the thing. If I say change yourself, you'll say that's a problem. If I say do yourself, you'll say that's a problem. There is no answer in that question. And I'm telling you, my answer is be your damn self. You can make some adjustments. You can talk to various people. But if there is no answer to the question you're giving me, what the fuck do you expect me to say?
Do you actually think that Steve's isolating himself?
I didn't say isolate himself. I'm saying isolation plays in people's sanity. I'm saying that from experience.
Because but you don't have to. Okay, let's just go here. Steve goes out there. He does service calls for a living. He's out in the public every day, just as I was for many years. I go out and I do things and blah blah blah. That doesn't change how people are treating each other.
Bill,
can I just say something here?
Public. The only thing I can do is go from individual to individual, and I say what works for me. Like I said, there's only two options.
Okay, what is your romantic life like now? You have lots of options. I imagine you're probably getting women all the time, right?
Yeah, you're getting laid every
Hell
week,
no.
right?
I talk to various females. Some of them talk to me. Some of them, you know what I'm saying, pay attention. Some of them like me. I you know what I'm saying.
Okay,
Some women try to give me their number. I mean, look, it's Russian roulette. That's my life every day.
so you go out
If
every
you know
day
nothing
and
about
talk
your
to as
face,
many.
no,
How
I
often?
don't.
Okay. How
Barely.
often do you have a rotation of women that you can call if you needed to get laid tonight?
No, I'm
You
very
don't.
upfront. You see, there's no games when it comes to me. I'm
Okay,
very
good.
upfront
I'm
and
glad
honest.
you're being honest about it because most guys don't have that. A woman, and we all know that a woman could have a Rolodex of men, horny guys. She could call at any time to come over and give her some action. Okay, we all
Correct.
know.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm not a woman, so you know what I'm saying? That ain't a narrative I can speak to, nor do I play it just like a woman to grab attention. So I can't really speak to that.
Let me ask you a question. Do you really think the game is worth playing if it's this corrupt? I mean, if you have to go to that extreme, let's say you are talking to tons of women, is it really worth it?
I'm to be perfectly honest, that track out the formula stuff will probably lead you to madness because that kind of stuff I think is dangerous because you'll set yourself up for you'll go out expecting to grab this and grab that, thinking it's a numbers game, and when you're shot down a number of different times, it's going to begin to play. You know what I'm saying? With your man. I mean, it's a Rubik's cube. I mean, what can I say? This isn't a journey for the weary.
Me and Bill we stand firm on our message that we're out to help guys with TFL, but we're not going to give them any hope that they're doing something wrong because
Exactly.
society is fucked up. It majorly fucked up.
Majorly.
I'm just saying this: when it comes to dudes who live this kind of lifestyle, it really is a hard road to walk. And
Right.
me personally, that's why I say, only speak personally. I choose to try everything under the sun. I don't care how somebody sizes that up. If I go down, I'm going down swimming. That's my mentality. So
yeah, but going down swimming, if you're going down and you have to swim, that's a human instinct to swim your way out of it.
I'm saying swing. I'm saying I'm going to fight every single obstacle. I'm saying I'm going to apply everything I can because here's the thing. Like I said, there's only two options. And the reason why I say that is because I spent most of my life isolated. I know how that plays with your hand. Let me tell you something. I was one of those characters who would, you know what I'm saying, buy various weapons. And you better understand this when it comes to being isolated. It will hit a point to where you just turn angry. You'll buy various weapons. And you don't buy various weapons just to look at them and play with them. You buy them to use them. So that just being isolated shit, I'm telling you, that leads to mass shooters. You're like,
I understand that, but no, I don't think it totally does because only 1 in 10,000 men are going to be a mass shooter that are alone. I don't think there's that many mass.
It's a trend now. I'm telling you, isolation. That's the first step because I remember what I used to do. It starts off very innocent.
But you're judging that off of how you act and leaving out individuality.
Most guys don't do
People
that. Most guys
around with needs. People walk around with needs. It's like you being hungry and you're not stealing a loaf of bread.
That doesn't change.
They might not act like that.
That does not change. It does not change a thing. Individuality. Not everybody thinks the same. Okay. Not everybody feels the same about things. And you know, and the reality is this: we have more men that goes out here and gets rejected time after time after time after time, year after year after year, and they do everything you're talking about right now, okay? They've done everything society has said. They've tried PUA bullshit, okay? And I'm not going to give them false hope.
Well, there's nothing left to say then when it comes to those sort of characters. I mean,
well,
either they do everything they can or what?
If you could take the show over, what? Okay, so I should go to a wine tasting event because there's more. Listen, I've gone. I could spend $10 on a glass of wine. There's a place now. What? Go ahead.
I'm perfectly honest with you. I don't know what advice I can give you because I never walked this sort of road. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what your atmosphere is like. I don't know exactly what your landscape is like when it comes to this avenue. That's why I say I always speak from personal experience. When it comes to me, It's always
Okay,
good to gauge your atmosphere. I'm gonna be perfectly honest.
Okay, but I'm going to tell you right now, here's how it works with women in a healthy society. They approach the men, they smile at the men, they make the first move. They are the ones that show you they're interested. And if they're not doing that, you ain't going to do anything. And I don't see that happening today. What do you say, Bill? If women
I
don't
agree with that. Yep.
yeah, if they don't show interest in you, listen, all the girls that I had a chance with in my younger years, whether it be church groups, all made the move on me. They move into your zone, they talk to you, they touch you, they want you. You don't have to do anything. You know, if you got to go out there and go out of these crazy specialized events through meetup.com, I'll go to a movie night. Oh, what am I going to do at a fucking movie night? Sit there and watch a movie I don't want to watch just because I might get lucky that night and find a girl. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's absolutely, and then you keep thinking that, like, a lot of guys seem to think that they're unique. I'm going to try this new strategy. Well, guess what? There's other guys doing it too. You're not the only guy.
Yeah,
Well,
that's exactly.
here's my idea when it comes to that. This is my idea. This is what I live by. The world doesn't grow easier; you grow tougher. That's my mindset when it comes to this
okay, so
I'm serious. I'm
Okay,
very
so-
sure. I mean, there's no other option. There's no other option but to be strong. I mean, what else is there to do?
Most of us are
Like I said.
stronger than you think. I don't know anybody that's as strong as me and Bill when it comes to this issue. We understand it. We are strong about it. We're just realistic about it, okay? We're being very strong about it. Listen, it makes no sense to beat your head into the wall. If somebody tells you that I can show you a way to get rich selling prepaid legal or Amway, some multi-level marketing bullshit, getting stronger isn't going to make you a better salesman if there's a 99.5% chance you're going to fail at it. It's ridiculous.
Let me ask you a question. I'm going to ask you guys a serious question. What's
Yeah.
the end goal when it comes to, I'm saying, the radio show? I mean, what exactly you guys trying to do as far as just discussing this avenue if you say there isn't any help, period?
Our avenue is to the goal is to get guys sharper minded to the point where they don't blame themselves for their problems. You cannot blame this TFL problem on yourself. It's society doing this to people. There's
But don't
exceptions. Society
Don't you
has
think
changed.
that's still? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes. No. I think that society has changed so badly that what's crept in between is a bunch of false hope artists, like these pickup artists that are liars anyways, and they're able to. It's another theory I have. It's called a new group of suckers. Anytime somebody hits critical mass in their personal life, they're not getting what they want. They gravitate toward these things that they think are new. For example, people that are joining Amway think that it's the newest thing, but it's been around for 50, 60 years. But it's the same scam. It doesn't change.
No.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the kicker when it comes to that. People are still going to want to form relationships. Like I heard you say before, Steve, people are social beings. They long for human connectedness. And even if you do create a platform to where people can try to cope, guess what? You never cope when it comes to being alone.
No, you don't. You don't. You're right. You're right.
It isn't natural. And you try to come up with different ways and things to cope. I'm telling you, it's going to hit a boiling point where you're going to lift it. You're
right. The boiling point.
Fuck this.
The boiling point is already a reality because our government and our media has pushed the sexes against each other. We can't stop the boiling point. The boiling point is going to happen whether we like it or not. Going out and trying to join new groups isn't going to change it. Okay, let's say you join a chess group and you become a good chess player or a good checkers player. You're still going to have a higher proportion of men than women there. The girls that join it are probably going to already have a boyfriend that does it. So you're back to square one again. You're not changing anything.
Exactly.
I understand. I understand. See, this is like you're using like part of a coping mechanism to say, well, look, the landscape is fucked, so you're better just doing something else or developing a hobby to take your mind off that. I'm just saying people will never take their mind off that.
No, they won't. They won't. I agree with that. They won't. But I think having this as a coping mechanism is more productive than listening to some bullshit PUA or what you're telling guys.
I don't think pickup artists. I think they were just trying to sell a product at the end of the day. But
yeah,
I think at people's core, people still can form relationships when it comes to social interaction. I ain't saying relationship when it comes to girlfriend, boyfriend, such and so. I think from that stair ladder, as far as friendship, you can form a permanent bond.
Yeah, but how can you form a relationship with the opposite sex when the opposite sex has plenty of options? They don't need you as part of their social group. They got their
Well, that's
female
the
friends.
thing, Steve. There
They
really,
don't.
there really is no answer to that question, because whatever question, whatever answer I give, you're going to come up with, well, what about this and what about that? There's
I've
nothing
done
I
it
can
because I've
say.
tried everything you're telling me, Bill. Bill, weigh in on this. Guy, the whole point is that we've been talking about this for 12 years. The problem's only getting worse.
Exactly.
And
And
yeah.
everything this guy has said has already been tried. Other people have come up and said everything you said tonight has already been
Bill, you
tried and
said that.
tried.
Bill, didn't you say actual relationship forms from friendship?
It
That
does,
was
but
Bill
they,
last.
but understand this. Okay,
Bingo.
okay, now hold on, understand. You
Hold on.
are right about the
Wait.
friendship, okay? Yeah, but the problem is nobody knows what they're doing, and the majority of the women don't want to take the time to get to know you to be friends. They already know in
Well, I'm
1 to
just letting you
5
know.
seconds in the majority of all cases.
Well, just to let you know, Bill, when I was saying that, I thought you would pick up and realize that I was using that same line you said so many years ago.
Yeah,
I
well,
was
you
just
know,
saying that. That's the only reason why I
but you
said that,
do
because I didn't hear that.
understand. You do understand. I lived 28 years of TFL. I've got an ex-wife. I've got a son who's going to be 23 years old. Okay, I've had a few women in my life, and every last time, I never did anything you just said to get a woman in my life.
Well, I've lived the majority of my life alone. I'm hitting 34. And I'm saying I'm basically broke. I'm trying my best. And I've only dealt with one woman my entire existence. I spent most of my life alone. I've experienced homicidal and suicidal feelings. I stepped out of that. So trust me, my record is just as long as yours, Bill, when it comes to this stuff. I'm not, some spring chicken. I know what I'm talking about.
Okay, I agree with you. So you've been with one woman your whole life.
The
advice that you're giving is proving that it doesn't work for you, because obviously
No.
you're in the same.
Because here's the thing. When it came to my condition, it's kind of like a butterfly effect, because it was surrounding factors that kind of steered my mind to isolation. Now, say it was rejection. It was also social rejection. It wasn't an easy road to walk. That's why I said I spent most of my time confined. That's why I say this topic is brand new to me. Trust me, it's very old. But when it comes to female interaction, females have paid me attention before they take the relationship seriously, because, I just felt like I wasn't established enough to do that. But the times that I was paid attention to, I did notice some things that whenever I did make some adjustments to try to appeal to the opposite sex, I didn't appeal to everybody, but I did appeal to a certain segment. That was my only light of hope. And that's what I'm saying. That's really why I go hard in the paint when it comes to, look, I'm going to do something, because I do remember those times when females paid me attention. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I understand that, but understand all the stuff that you've said has been tried by so many people. The only thing I can tell people is this: I'm not going to give them false hope. I would tell them to be themselves, and I would tell them to not completely give up, but to not go looking, because when you go out looking, you're going to keep running into what you've been running into your whole life. Okay? And why would you want to put yourself through that torment?
Hey, Bill, I don't give people false hope. No. I don't.
There's no giving false hope.
Is it fair to say that as we get older, our desirability goes down? I don't know.
Well, here's the thing.
I'm
going to be honest. It doesn't turn easier. It doesn't turn easier, because when you're younger, the friendships you develop kind of branch off to new friendships. But when you start off and you aren't talking to anybody, I dare say you're fucked to a certain degree. But
okay, let me ask you a question. Let me get back to what you said about being yourself. Let's say you're a jeans and t-shirt kind of guy, and someone says to you, no, you need to dress better. You need to get this nicer clothes. You're not being yourself then. So I don't think being yourself really works, because if being yourself means
here's the thing. Females are different. That's the thing. I mean, you can be yourself, but here's the thing: what are you trying to attract?
Let's say you just want.
What are you trying
Let's
to
say.
attract?
Okay, let's take it to the lowest level. Let's say you just want to have a woman that's going to find you attractive so you can go to bed with her. Okay, I don't Bill doesn't like to say this. I don't think that being yourself can do that. You got to be a total fraud. You got to be a fucking a person that can run game and swag and still I'm on the fence.
Well, here's the thing. What are you after? That's when you gauge and say, well, look, what do I want? It hits up. If your ambition is just shallow, then basically it boils down to what do you need to do. Now I'm saying shallow meets shallow. Water seeps to its own level. If that's what you're trying to do, then I'm saying you fashion yourself too. If that's what you're trying to do.
Okay, let's get to reality here, okay? The last time I looked, men and women were both human beings. The last time I looked, when we grew up going to school, we had no problem communicating with girls. Matter of fact, lots of little boys and girls play together all the time. They had no problem communicating. And as soon as puberty sets in, oh my God, there's this whole different way to talk to a woman. And a guy has to go to school to learn how to communicate with a woman when he's been communicating with her whole damn life. And you can't see the insanity in that?
I was looking though. I think a major reason for a lot of the difficulty that guys are experiencing with TFL and whatnot, it's to do with demographic shifting. I was just looking at a chart today, and it's something like 1.4 males for every female.
Yeah, that's a common problem. That's a huge problem. And then you can say, well, small towns have higher percentage of women, but in small towns, you're not welcome if you're an outsider. So you're back to square one. So
hell no. There's no way unless you're born there, you have some connection, or you're of the same ethnic stock and you have an affinity for the same culture, or maybe if you're a guy with money, you can buy, you buy up like, I don't know, a franchise that people there might. Well, actually, they might not even like that. They might see if you were to open a franchise in a small town, they might think that it's going to become yuppified or whatever, right? So even if you come in with a big pile of money, you're like the king of Turd Island or whatever. It's not a guarantee.
Right. Like, so you can try to. I don't believe this situation has a solution. I think what men have to do is we have to explain to younger guys that this is not their fault, that this problem is not their fault, and this is where I'm getting with the whole purpose of this radio show. Yeah.
Well, it's just like Amway, Steve. That was just such a perfect comparison because, so many people who don't make it in multi-level marketing, or they don't make it as real estate agents, all they're exposed to online are people with flashing nice cars, nice watches, all the lifestyle where they don't have to work anymore, passive income, all this stuff. It's called survivorship bias. Survivorship bias is the single biggest
survivorship. Yeah, survivorship bias is that you're that 1 in 10,000 that made it, so therefore it must work. And see, this is the thing with the self-help and the get-rich-quick schemes, is that they're always showing you the winners. They're not showing you the people that do the same exact thing but fail at it. So I know people that were passionate with multi-level marketing, and they were very regimented at it. They worked hard at it, but all they did was created enemies out of their friends because their friends didn't want to be around them anymore. So somebody's got.
And part of that could be even like bringing that back to the whole dating component. I guess I would say even in careers as well. If you're a guy, if you're a tall, intimidating looking guy, you're going to have a tough time making friends. Like, look what's happened with Alex Dashboard.
Yeah,
he had friends in high school, but as soon as
society's problem is social and economic. Social and economic, those are society's biggest problems. And I think that people don't. I really do think this dating stuff is a major issue now. I think it dials back to what Bill said. When we were younger, it was easy to socialize, but now when you're older, it's difficult. I think the only way to find any sort of solid ground is that one needs to deal socially, but create their own personal circle to where they don't need to deal with a bunch of games from the general public. Like, you almost need to tailor your friends to a certain degree.
Yeah, but we're already doing that now. We've already tailored our life to being like that. I mean, we've made it this far. TFLers that are in their 40s or 50s have made it this far, seeing the societal change. I think you're underestimating our ability to do what you're suggesting we do. We're already
Exactly.
doing that.
Exactly.
We've been doing that all along.
Well, I'm just saying, from male and female angle, I'm saying that I just think it really isn't something one needs to cope with. It's something I think this is something people can actually solve, but it can only be solved from their angle. I can't give you the blueprint if I don't know who the fuck you are. You know what I'm saying? What you do from day to day.
I don't think you would solve anybody's problem, bud. I'm going to tell you something. I don't know your disposition in life, and I'm sure you had a rough life, but I don't believe that you can solve anybody's problem. If somebody paid you $1 million to get somebody a girlfriend, I don't think you could get it without paying somebody. I think you would be at a loss if the clock were ticking for you to get somebody, you probably would not succeed at it. And I'll tell you why, because this stuff is out of your control.
Exactly.
Right.
Actually, I don't think this stuff is out of people's individual control. I do think people maintain a sort of control.
Okay, so
if they don't want
to hold on. Maybe he's getting control because what, you took a knife or a gun and some rope to tie her up?
Yeah, I got it in my control, Bill. Get in the car. I
got
a 38.
That's the sort of goofy control people are doing nowadays. That's the sort of goofy, silly-ass control people are doing nowadays. One thing I've noticed is that there's actually been an uptick when it comes to sexual violence. That's the sort of quirky shit dudes are doing because they're looking for ways to quote-unquote cope. That stuff doesn't work, like I said.
I think you're doing more damage.
Now.
If you're going to give people, well, then here's what I want you to do. Start your own anonymous channel on YouTube and do a coping mechanism channel, and I want to see how successful it. Yeah.
Well, I do talk about various topics. There's one YouTube channel called 7 Days Solace where I actually do talk about this stuff. I'm talking about political issues also.
Another thing you can't get.
Go ahead.
No, and that's politics is another thing you have no control over. By the way, just to let you know, I ran for mayor in my town trying to stop this stupid sewer project, which is going to cost the city tens of millions of dollars. And, nobody listened. Listen, you can try and beat your head up against the wall and you can try every angle. People either going to listen or they're not.
You can sway the masses if you speak to their individual interests. That's the thing. You actually can't sway the masses.
No, that's it's possible. Individually. Yeah, well, if it affects them directly, you would think they would listen, but now they don't listen.
They're looking for an answer. They're desperate. They're very desperate now. And trust me, desperate people look for answers. They'll vote for anything. If you'll take their pain away from the standpoint of policy and physical resources to address their issue, they'll listen to you. That's what they got to do now.
Well, they didn't listen to me, and guess what? Financially, they're going to be getting a $25,000 foot up their ass just to run this sewer pipe past their house, and not to mention the connection fee. They could have fought it, but the point I'm trying to make is that, when society has gone off the railroad tracks, beating your head up against the wall as an individual ain't going to change it. That's why I don't think any of these coping strategies like get out there, have more game, be more confident, get out there and do this and that. I think that we've run. Listen, me and Bill find that insulting because we've done everything, right, Bill?
That's exactly right. And all I'm hearing is the same gurgitation I heard 12 years ago.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. What I'm hearing as far as now, I've heard way back when Nick was around and killed himself. That was somebody who I used to talk to too. Okay, so that give up shit, he killed himself because of that. Just to let you know. That hit me personally.
Well, I understand that. We unfortunately are sad.
I'm saying the breadcrumbs trace back to that give up. The breadcrumbs trace back to what y'all are saying now. So that's a personal thing for me.
Yeah.
You look at this channel, he went by the name Baraka. So because he was so consumed by that there's no hope mentality, he killed himself.
Yeah, he never came.
I know about this more. I know about this more than you guys realize.
Yeah, and Baraka never came to Bill or me. If Baraka had came to Bill, he never came. No, he didn't.
He talked to Brandon. He didn't go to you. He talked to Brandon, and Brandon actually used to regurgitate the same stuff. Well, look, there isn't any hope and such and so. And he did, you know what I'm saying, imitate what I'm hearing now. Brandon did that. And it wasn't you guys, because Baraka, I don't think he ever talked to you guys.
Baraka, if he would have talked to Bill,
Bill
Bill would have been the best counselor he could have had.
Well, I'm just telling you, Baraka killed himself, and that was he was.
Well, we know this.
He mattered to me.
We know this, and we don't. And I don't like seeing people kill themselves. But at the same time, if you give them false hope, and they go out there and get hurt twice as much because you let them down the rabbit hole, okay? Well, you could have the same result at the end anyhow because you didn't tell them the truth.
Well, here's the thing. I actually did go all out trying to help Baraka, but here's the thing. Baraka didn't. He was one of these individuals who was very flaky. You know what I'm saying? I bought that dude a PlayStation 4. I even bought that dude a year past the game. I helped that dude when it comes to losing weight. And he was actually doing better, but then he regressed. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not somebody who just shoots off the top of his fucking head. I go the extra mile. I did go the extra mile until he gave up on me. I was still around. So,
and I hope to God you didn't give him the advice that your advice to him, Baraka, was that he needs to go out and get more confidence, because that can be equally destructive. If you're telling people to do stuff that's not getting them a woman in their life, that's more destructive than telling them the truth.
Baraka's issues were economic. He was to disability. He was to disability, and he wanted fast results. And
okay, I see.
It was also this sort of narrative that he kept pushing that, you know what I'm saying, he can't yield results because, I mean, he wanted like a fast thing. He was one of the individuals who wants fast results. You know what I'm saying? Like, we live through a McDonald's culture to where if I can't see what I'm looking for by sunlight, then it turns me nervous.
I agree.
But he was one of those people, and that's why he gave up. You know what I'm saying? And then he also was like, look, he was one of these individuals who decided the day to kill himself and he burned himself to death. That's why it gets personal when it comes to me. That give up shit, it's a nemesis to me. So, like I said, I speak from experience. I don't speak out of my head.
Can I just say something? I haven't said something for a while. I just want to say I can kind of understand both sides of the story. You know, it's a real tough situation. I mean, the problem is essentially that TFLism is just simply something that is completely outside of one's control, and it's very true what Steve Hoka said, is that when a woman is interested in you, she'll let you know. It just really is something that's completely outside of one's control. So I don't think that. If it's really true what you said that you used to talk to Baraka, I do hope you didn't give him advice giving him tips or pointers on how to attract a woman, because I agree that's really not the right thing to tell someone like that.
Well, I talked to him, and I talked to him from the standpoint of, look, we can tackle this issue, you know what I'm saying, me and you, because I was dealing with weight myself. And he was listening, but I'm telling you, there was this nagging thing to his mind to where he always kept saying he couldn't do better. He can't do better. I'm not saying from the standpoint that he's trying to can't do better. I'm saying he kept reverting back to it's out of my control. That's the stuff he kept doing, and he kept doing that before he ever met me.
Well, I'll tell you what.
So
I'll tell you what, though.
It is outside of his control.
It is out of his control.
Yeah.
You could
that was the swim stuff. I mean, that was the sink stuff. That's the sink option. That's the only option. And he took that option. That's what I'm saying.
Well, when you sit and say that what you're saying is the only option, that right there would be nonsense. Okay?
No. Well, I'm saying look, if you ain't bringing results when it comes to this kind of avenue, because I'm telling you, this isn't some shit you can live to. You can't accept living this sort of lifestyle. You're going to kill yourself eventually because you can't accept this shit. I mean, you can convince yourself, well, look, I can. But guess what? You're going to wake up every single morning into the same condition, and I'm telling you.
You know what? As long as you keep your mind focused on, I've got to be able to get a woman. I got to be able to get a woman. I got to be able to get a woman. It don't matter who you are. In today's society, you will destroy yourself And if you give the wrong advice to somebody who's already been down this road, and then they go and follow your advice and have the same results as what they're going to do, you didn't help them, but what you did do is make their life even worse.
No, what I did was I talked to that dude from the standpoint of trying to get him to socialize. I didn't even say woman, 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 woman. That was coming out of his mouth repeatedly.
Well, yeah, but that's one of the big problems people have. Society has done nothing but social engineer this stuff, and nobody really. I've said this for years. People do not know what the hell they're even doing. Okay, everybody's using the foundation of a successful relationship as a rejection line or a game, manipulation. Everybody's in a hurry. They don't have time to get to know one another. They don't even know what a date is. They think a date is getting lucky and putting their dick in a hole.
Right.
Okay.
Wow.
Well, my thing is this. You can speak to these dudes repeatedly, but at the end of the day, you're going to feel what I'm saying, because none of them are going to be happy. I mean, you can say, coaching the thing, you talk about how, society is messed up, but guess what? At the end of the day, they're going to hear my voice and realize this shit it's not going to make them happy. And that's what I'm saying. I'm telling you, this is dangerous.
Well, I think though, that understanding that it's out of our control, after I've sort of listened to Bill and Steve go on, explain how your dating life and even certain elements of your financial or socioeconomic status are out of your control, I sort of was able to relax a little more. I wasn't as, I don't know, it put things into perspective for me. I think it really depends who you're dealing with. Like that guy who said who committed suicide, he was also dealing with a disability. And we know how society.
It wasn't something he couldn't let work past, but he was one of these individuals.
Well, that was what did it.
Fast food sort of mentality. He wants fast results for everything. Wherever.
Yeah, a lot of those individuals seem to have they seem to really butt heads with a lot of people in society, and through no fault of their own, obviously. They have, yeah, wow. I'm sure there are tons of people on the autism spectrum who have no issues. They're just in the right place at the right time. They grew up in the right area with the right social network, and people are more, and they were able to find a woman that way, right? People are more inclined to take someone seriously if they have a mutual contact through them.
Well, that helps, okay? If you got a mutual contact, or if you meet somebody and it's through your family members or a close friend, they'll take that more seriously, okay? And that definitely ups your chances. But everything this guy has been saying since he came in is everything that's already been said for 12 years. And he's pushing it to the extremes. And I don't want to give people false messages and make them think that, oh, well, if I just get more confidence and this is the only choice, this is the only way. And we've heard this over and over. I've heard this over and over for years. Okay.
Right. Although I think it's not so much confidence, but that where a PUA could find success. But I think it's just a numbers game. If you put yourself in a situation with around enough women, yes, theoretically, one is going to give you a chance at a certain point. The question is it worth that effort?
And yeah, is it worth spending? And you got to be willing to do. Yeah.
Right.
You got to be willing to.
Go ahead,
you got to be willing to drop a lot of money. You'd have to be willing to go out if you wanted to potentially. Like I went to like if you go to one of those wine tasting shops or whatever, where the wine is $10 a glass, you could drop easily $100 to possibly meet a woman. But I don't think that's going to happen because, I mean, there's all kinds of avenues you can move into, but I don't even think spending money has to be why does having to spend an exorbitant amount of money to get yourself potentially a woman have to be that? I guess this guy would respond by saying, where there's a will, there's a way, but he hasn't figured his own problem. This is another thing. This is dangerous, Bill, and I want you to listen to this. People who are doing poorly in the dating scene, giving advice to other guys on what they need to do. That is extremely depressing, because you're giving other guys advice at something that you're not even capable of doing yourself.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You're giving that, and that's just what I'm hearing. And I don't appreciate hearing somebody that's failing themselves coming up here and giving people advice and telling them it's the only way to go, and regurgitating what's been said 12 years ago and wanting people to go back down that same road.
Right. I mean, I've only been with one woman in my 28 years or so that I've been on this earth, and it wasn't a very long relationship. I'm, still friends with her, but I didn't. Even though this was 3 years that we were intimate together, we're not very close. I didn't get there by being confident. If anything, I was the opposite. I was in a worse place financially then. I was sort of experimenting with the idea of the wounded bird theory, and I think there's some truth to this.
Yeah, I think so too, without a doubt. Yeah,
because it's worked with her, and it also worked with the woman. She lives in another country, but someone I was interacting with online. And after I played up the fact, I think I'm ugly, and I'm not doing so well. I don't have a new car. I don't have my own home. I'm still renting an apartment. I don't have my own home yet. Blah blah blah. Woe is me. And then like 2 days later, she messaged me for like a whatever you call those online. What the hell are they called? She phoned me on WhatsApp for one of those. What do they call that? Phone sex.
Oh my God, phone sex, huh?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing: is she lives in the Middle East, and I'm in Canada, so it'd be very tough to kind of make that happen. But there's another thing: is the foreign route. I don't think that's completely dead. It depends where you're looking. It depends on your timing. I'm not going to lie. Probably the fact that I'm 28 and not 38 has made it a bit easier for me. And also, she didn't see me in person, so that's another factor I got to throw in there.
Well, yeah,
she saw some photos of me, but
yeah.
So you never met this woman, or?
No, and I did just talking over the phone, kind of a thing. We saw each other's photos, and that was about it.
And you were in a long distance relationship with her for 3 whole years, or?
No. This was a different woman. I've only been talking to her online about 3 weeks, and about a week ago, she sort of she messaged me. Oh, this is my first. Don't tell anyone. This is my first time. I've had phone sex with anybody. And then she asked me at the end, oh, how did I do? She's acting kind of, innocent, shy about the whole thing. Again, it's luck. It's luck, though. I've been having how many women have I messaged? Well, she messaged me first. So that was another thing, right? If a woman is interested, she's gonna, I think, take initiative or take more initiative than you or I would if we were talking to females, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. If they're interested, you will know they're interested. If you, lots of women play games, just like with Blue Skies Media. Just when he thought the female was interested in him, no, she's not interested in him at all. She probably used him that night to make some other guy she was trying to get jealous.
I think though there is something to women who don't live in the West. Mind you, this girl, she was what, 25. So what really surprised me is when I was first talking to her, she was asking my age. I said, oh, I'm 28, but I feel like I look older. You know, I'm playing the wounded bird thing. I'm like, oh, you're out of my, and she's like, oh no, that age is perfect for me. And she says, I wouldn't want a guy younger than me. So it's like it's the complete opposite of the way women are in the West. I'm not saying all women in the East think this way, but I think there's a little more, I don't know. There's still an in, possibly. You're gonna have to have money though. If you're gonna pay to fly this girl, you know, to live with you in the States or Canada or whatever, you better have money.
Well, you got that right. You're not going to bring somebody over here from another country, without
Like
having
if I was
money.
a millionaire, I might be married by now.
Well, yeah, but unfortunately, if you have to be rich to have a woman, do you want her? Because you know she
No,
loves you.
oh
You
no.
know she loves your money, not you.
Right. Like, I mean, now if she was willing to pay to come over here now, I'd be very weary until she got a job of her own, or if she became a character. Like, she would have to be doing something. I wouldn't want to work 80 hours a week just to be with a woman. To me, that's not worth it. I don't know about you guys, but I definitely wouldn't. I think we're all working too many hours. I feel most of us, our Western society is just almost too work focused.
It's slave labor, okay? You're going to go out and slave your ass off, okay? Meanwhile, while you're
Right.
slaving your ass off to make your living, to even make it, you know, you got a group of people who own a monetary system who do absolutely nothing but print it, okay, and live on it, okay? And
Yep.
meanwhile, make all the rules to destroy our lives, okay?
Right, like these credit card companies here, the standard rate is I think 22% a year. And boy, I had to take out cash advance so I could secure my apartment. And I'm going to be paying this. This is going to probably take me 5 years to pay off.
Yeah, easy. You know, it's sad because this is where we're at. And then we got this shit going on thanks to the social engineering. You know, and I've tried to tell people for years, people don't know what they're doing in the dating scene in today's society. Okay? You know, and it fires me up because it's as simple as this. There's nothing fast about meeting somebody. Okay? And there's nothing
Right,
fast
right.
about it. And opposites do not attract. Okay, that's another lie that's been spilled out here.
You're right about that. Yep.
Just like this damn shit of women hitting the wall. That's a complete fucking farce. Women don't hit
Oh
no
my God.
wall.
Yeah.
Okay? But you got all this bullshit going on out here. The only time I've ever heard anybody even closely come close to saying anything I've been preaching would be Hell by the Dashboard. But you know, people are cussing at
Yeah.
him because he wanted a woman for a friend. Well, you know what? He had the right idea. Because if you become friends and you really become friends, he's going to find his lifetime mate that way.
Okay, that's the mindset that all men have to have is I ultimately want a woman as a friend. And
yes.
Whether you do that through shared interests or, like I said, like I endorse the wounded bird theory, or, you know, it might be an older woman, a recent divorcee, like Steve was talking about, maybe at a wine bar somewhere. Yeah, you'd have to go drop. Like I could probably go, if I had a couple $1,000s, I could probably get into some sort of a short-term fling with a 52-year-old woman who's just looking for some fun with a younger guy. I wouldn't be getting an attractive woman my age though. So
well,
doing
okay,
that
yeah.
with my income level and whatnot, and my looks, no, that wouldn't happen.
So I'm going to say something to Jack Frost here, okay? He types in the comment section, Bill, you are a low-status male, just like the rest of us. Nobody cares about your opinion or cares about our opinion.
Well, there's survivorship bias. Again, survivorship bias. Why would you listen to a successful person on how to become successful? That makes no sense. That's discounting the possibility that there were other people who worked just as hard and still failed, right? That's like someone said a quote about restaurants. the cemetery of failed restaurants is very quiet, right? Just because you happen to, when you go out in public, you happen to see all these guys with women, you're only fixated on the successes.
Yeah, that's it. You know, okay, now I've got nothing against Jazz Brock, but what I say about the statement that I'm a low status, okay, this is where I was talking about our society has made labels and names for everything that causes more division and more fighting. Okay? I'm a human being like you're a human being, like everybody else in this chat's a human being, right? Who the
Right.
hell, another human being has a right to tell another human being they're lower than them? Do you see
Right,
the
that might be the
insanity there?
benefit. That might be the benefit of these little ethnic and religious communities, like the Amish or the Hasidic Jewish community. They don't base someone's status off of their income or their how they look or how many women they I don't know, have flings with, right? Because, well, in those societies, those are monogamous
Yes,
communities.
okay.
So I
Yeah.
guess there's no.
Oh, Jack Frost says, well, this is how society views us. I understand what he's saying, but guess what? I don't give a shit how society views me. Because
I mean,
society is corrupt.
I do, but that's more to do with. I mean, I'm a self-employed guy, so I feel like how people perceive me as somewhat. I want to be perceived as somebody who's trustworthy enough to have their business. Beyond that, I'm not interested in making friends with anyone who engages in the sort of competition, wannabe celebrity society.
Oh, I understand. I'm with you on that. I totally understand what you're saying, okay? And I totally agree with what you're saying there.
So I think optics are very important when it comes to your job. And that's where wounded bird theory would play to your advantage as well, I think.
Yeah.
If you're, I mean, especially in the Me Too climate, where if you're worried about getting, I think stoicism is extreme. Like one thing that MGTOW pushes that I'm not a fan of is they're telling you stoicism. You know, you got to be like a stone statue. You know, you always maintain frame. You know, if people are making fun of you, if people are, I don't know, trying to take you down a notch at work or making up false stories about you, they tell you to. Wait a minute. Are you guys still there?
Yep, I'm here.
Oh shit! Yeah,
I'm
I
here.
heard it sounded like it hung up or something. Yeah,
no, that was my Windows computer. Sorry.
All right, no.
Go ahead.
I lost the call there. Yeah, so what I'm saying is, generally, I think stoicism is almost poisonous to average men, average and below average men who are struggling with women or economically, socially in general. If you're suffering, you got to be vocal about that, or there's going to be no societal change.
Yeah.
Fuck stoicism.
I understand that. You know, I'm going to say something. Okay, held by the dashboard light here. He says, women do not want genetically superior men. They want the security of believing that the male they are with has no other options and will be loyal to them, which also puts them in a point of they also want control of the male.
Oh yeah, no, I think the ideal man for a younger woman, if she's even interested in men to begin with, which is only like 50% of women in their 20s, that she wants, I think, from what I've seen, a very feminine looking man, like very androgynous, pretty looking, right? He has all his hair, but like extremely feminine, not intimidating looking at all. So he doesn't have a strong jaw. He doesn't have, bulging biceps. Or he doesn't have deep set eyes. He has feminine physical features, but he's also his person. He how would I say this? He's easy to control. There's no other way I can really think of putting that.
That would be the best way to say it right there. Okay.
Like a handbag or something, and just another accessory for her.
Yeah. And and the sad thing about that is she has easy control. He's too scared to stand up to her because he don't want to be fucking back to looking again, right? She's got him where she
Right.
wants him. But the sad point is when she's through using you or somebody better comes along, she'll throw you away like a used hamburger wrapper. Just that quick.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, it's tough to say. I mean, definitely, she's the one with the options, so she holds the cards when it comes to that, right?
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
she has that option. Whether women are constantly looking to upgrade, I think, is up for debate. I'm sure some are, but the question is to what extent.
Oh, that line, yeah, now that I agree. I know there are women looking to upgrade, but it's not 100% across the board. Okay? Just like looks isn't 100% across the board, but it is the majority. Okay? But it's not 100% across the board.
Right, right. I was gonna say that woman I had the phone sex with, she was very talkative with me until about a day after, and then sort of stopped. The messaging kind of petered off,
Oh,
which was
man.
disappointing to me because we were friends and I went into it with the intention of making a friend. I never message women
But,
with any kind of sexual
right,
connotation in the beginning.
exactly. Well, from my experiences, most women that I've ever talked to, they're the first ones to talk about sex. That's no lie.
Wow.
They were the very first one to bring up sex.
Wow. So your experience kind of mirrors mine, even though there's a bit of a generational difference. But I think
Yes.
you're 30 years older than me or something. You're in your 50s.
Yeah, I'll be 59 the end of here in another week or two.
So most of your experiences with women would have been what in the between the 80s and 2000s.
Yeah, I had 28 years of TFL before I got anybody. And then believe it
Oh,
or
is that
not,
right?
yes, and then believe it or not, when I did, I wasn't looking. And she actually approached me. We knew each other for 4 or 5 years when she actually approached me and asked me out.
That kind of happened with me in a way. Well, I met this girl through her sister. It was through her sister at a friend's house party, and I rarely get invited to these kind of. So that kind of familiarity is a really overwhelming factor, I think, in having any kind of a structurally sound long-term relationship.
Yeah. Well, that's the biggest problem I see in society is the fact that nobody is taking the time to get to know each other. And this is where I always said I didn't care what other people said. When I heard Hell by the Dashboard Light make the comment that he wanted a woman for a friend, I knew right then he was going down the right road. Okay? And I just
I agree.
don't hear that from many people, okay? And the fact is until people can realize dating is about getting to know one another and becoming friends if you can, and then going to best friends, until people realize that this type of stuff that we're seeing happen is going to continue to happen. But we have lots of areas that we can point the finger to. We have 30 plus years of male shaming all over the media. We have the modeling industry, the fashion industry, and the movies. And I mean, the list goes on and on and on that's caused the problem. And then, of course, all the double standards that's been put into society, and it's messed everybody up.
And as far as the looks issue, I find a lot of people are going to judge a guy's personality based off the way he looks, which is kind of messed up.
Well,
that's my experience.
Yeah, most TFLers are, 1 to 5 seconds. She already don't even want to know you, and she don't even know you.
Right. Right. There is that middle of the road theory, which I think is true to an extent. I don't think it's totally figured out what the crux of the issue is. I think that middle of the road theory and my sort of an urban woman's preference for a feminine guy. I think both of those theories are on the right track, right? That a middle of the road guy is going to suffer. He's um, too masculine, not he's in with he's kind of too ambiguous, and I guess the issue is people like something. People like generic guys, right? Guys who are going to fit into a certain particular stereotype.
Yeah, well, at one time our society, a lot of women were chasing after the bad boy. Now I think there's still women
Right,
chasing a bad boy, but I don't see it as much anymore. Now what we have
right. Or you might see it
is
with trashier women,
yeah,
like lower. Like I'm not talking just lower. Just being lower income doesn't make one trashy, right? Like I'm lower income. I'm not trashy. Um, uh, but I mean to say like women who they're doing drugs, they've got tattoos, they're very sexually promiscuous. I mean, you don't see these types of women as much anymore. I find it's like old in their 30s or mid 30s or older. Yeah, those types of women, like back before 2000, I find there's a change around 2007 or so. Before then, I think the whole bad boy thing was in pre
the
2007.
bad boy thing was pretty much indie even after 2007. But what I'm seeing anymore is you got more women chasing after simps because they want
Maybe it was
control.
2012.
Yeah.
Maybe it was 2012 then. People like I know Alexander. He was talking a lot about a big spiritual shift that happened in 2012.
Well,
2012.
that very well could be because what I see now is you got a lot of women chasing after the simp, the guy that won't put up the challenge because she wants to be able to control him. She wants to know he'll always be there. She control him, and as long as men live TFL, when you get into guys that ain't living TFL, even the normies, even if they don't want to admit it, they go through hell getting a girl in their life. Okay, then there's lots of drama in their life, and the wimpy guy, I like to call him Vagina. Okay, he just bends over
Right.
and takes it and bends over and takes it because he's scared shitless of being alone again because he knows he's going to spend months or years just trying to get another woman back in his life. Okay, where the woman can replace the guy just like that pretty much in most cases. Okay, and she knows it.
Right. Well, that's why I say, that's why I disagree with guys who say, "Oh, you're going to get women when you're just on your purpose, when you go on your path." These guys who are working 80 hours a week at some, in some corporate hellhole office somewhere where they're constantly stressed, the cortisol is just fattening them up. They're unhealthy. They're staring at a screen for like 14 hours a day, um, just to appease a woman and pay a mortgage. To me, that's hard work. That's just as hard work, or if not harder than these PUA guys who would talk about quote unquote going into the field for
Yes.
I don't know 3 or 4 hours a day at the mall. Of course, I think that whole PUA thing, that whole cold approach thing, it's too risky in 2019. So I don't want any of the guys in the chat to get any ideas about that. It could theoretically work. If you're some millionaire who has nothing to lose, sure. But if a woman is offended by the fact just that you want to say hi to her, that could get you fired from your job.
That's correct. We got
They just
ourselves.
need to get that on. If they get that on camera and or a security guard to vouch for her, you're done. You're fried. You'll be sleeping under a bridge.
Oh, you'll be gone. Okay, Blue Skies
Big time.
Media. Blue Skies Media recently, he had a female boss who saw his videos on YouTube and fired him. Okay, so now he don't have a job. Okay, and this has all been the last week. Okay, so he comes up and he said he was going to look for a legal consultation and wasn't too worried about it because he thought he could do something legally because the way he was fired. But the sad thing is that that's not true. because there's only 2 states in the United States that is not at will employment. All the rest of the states are at will employment. In an at will employment state, which is where he lives, okay, it don't matter. You don't got a leg to stand on. They can fire you because your hair is brown. They can fire you because you got blue eyes. They don't have to have a reason to fire you because it's at will employment. You're not protected
Yeah,
by a
that's why.
contract.
That's why, and that precisely is why I get so pissed off when people say, "Oh, if you don't have a job, you're good for nothing." Getting a job is not really in your control. I would say the only thing that's really in your control is your spending habits.
Yeah. Well, your spending habit, you can control where you spend your money. You may
Oh, big
not,
time. Oh, for sure.
you may
I'm a
not,
big advocate of
yeah,
that.
you may have somewhat control of the job you get depending on what career you might choose, what road you go down. If you're not going to get any kind of career or skill behind you, then you're going to most likely wind up in a job where you're not going to make any kind of big money, okay? But you still control your spending and you control your life in that way. But you have no control in the dating scene whatsoever.
Right, right. Well, I mean, even with getting a job though, it's tough to tell which field is saturated or not. Like you'll hear, oh, there's a big demand for this XYZ trade, but like how the dashboard light pointed out, they might just want to pump people out through trade school or whatever to get a big surplus of workers, a huge pool to choose from.
Yeah, that
Like
could
it's really tough.
Yeah, and
For
you know
me,
what? And
it
that could
just
be
seems like
true.
however, if you come from money, then it's more you do have control over which career you choose. Because yes, if you enter something, if you pick a trade that turns out to be saturated or whatnot, you've got mom and dad to fall back on. You can go live back at home. Your rent is paid. You got nothing to worry about. You go pick another apprenticeship program or whatever, another trade course at your community college. And so I think everything is there's a lot of variables.
There is. There's a lot of variables, and that's
just
why
like the dating scene.
it is. And and nothing's 100% across the board, but we do know the majority, okay, are really having a tough time. And they're having a tough time because nobody
Yeah.
really knows what the hell they're doing. That's
right, and
why.
also
Go ahead.
to initiate something in the Me Too era is very risky.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you've known her for a long time, or she's taking most of the initiative, you're pretty much, I don't know, there you don't really have any control at all.
Yeah.
Over what happens. I mean,
well, you really don't. You don't have control over what happened, and what's going to happen in your life when it comes to the dating arena. Society is so messed up. People don't treat each other properly. People don't have care. The only care they have is for their own selfish wants. Okay? And the mentality of people really has to change, because you're not going to ever get out of this problem unless people start having care again and start realizing the foundation of a relationship from the very beginning. Because without that foundation, like now by the dashboard light, when he brought up he wants to be a friend with a woman, he was on the right road. Okay? But how could he ever do that? How could he ever even do that if a woman won't give him the time of day?
Yeah, it's extremely, it's stacked against him, just like it's stacked against me, just like it was stacked against you for all those years. You really have to be an exceptional person, whether it's through your connections, your money, your having that androgynous baby face that a lot of women in their 20s seem to gravitate towards. It's really all based on factors out of your control. And you know, now does that mean you get does that mean you get depressed about it? I don't know. I mean, if you have family, I would try to focus on your immediate family. I would try to you know, spend more time with your parents, your siblings. I mean, yeah, hobbies is kind of a generic suggestion, but
It is
there's
a generic
there's truth to that.
suggestion, but you know, the main thing is for guys that are suffering like this, you have to find something to be able to remove your mind from the stress. If you go through life worrying about you can't get a woman and constantly thinking about everything you've done and you still can't get and the rejection, it will eat you alive. It will tear you totally up. This is why I do understand the anger. Men get angry over this, and I totally understand the anger. How would you not get angry? Of course you would.
Yeah, I mean, I think the best. I think it's helpful to have these kinds of avenues on YouTube for guys to vent to one another. I think that's very healthy. But when you're in public, you know, if you're dealing with people, you know, like at work, then you have to be very careful about how you look, how the optics of everything.
Yeah,
you cannot
these are
lose your temper at work.
this is a taboo subject. You know, it's weird. What we say on YouTube, we cannot say in the public because it makes people cringe. The idea that somebody's speaking the truth, and it's just that people are so laser locked and conforming to what's normal that they don't think there's any other alternative. And David Icke has touched on this numerous times. Now, I wish David Icke would talk about the TFL problem, but I don't know if it's out of his league or whether he's not seeing the problem. But he's
you know, Steve, the only person in real life who I've ever talked to about the TFL problem, he was 59 or something now and married. And he said, you know what, he told me, he's like, look, he's like, I feel sorry for any guy in this age, you know, with Me Too and the fact that women just seem disinterested or cold. And so even he was more willing to bring this up. I mean, of course, he's retired with a decent sum of cash. He can live. He's not rich, but he's got enough money to sort of live off of. He still works part time where I am, at my workplace. But it was interesting. He was the only one who touched on TFL who seemed to be aware of this phenomenon, or at least was willing to admit it to me.
Well, you know,
everyone my age, no one my age who I've talked to has ever touched on this.
No, I've never heard anybody touch. Only person I ever actually heard touch on it would be anybody that would have a lot of subscribers or a lot of big following was Mark Passio. And that was like 5 years ago.
Right.
He hasn't touched it since. You know,
Right.
I said to Steve, I would love to see David Icke do a dot connector series and touch TFL and men going their own way and incel.
You know this
down.
roaming millennial. You know this YouTuber roaming millennial sort of talked about the what is it, the quote unquote incel phenomenon. Of course, I don't identify with the incel movement because they seem to be very sex focused. I'm more of a TFL relationship focused guy. I mean, there's some parallels. They're distinct movements. There's some parallels.
They're very
wouldn't want to
closely.
be.
No.
Right.
I disagree.
I wouldn't want to be associated. I disavow kind of the whole incel thing because I wouldn't want to be associated with that in person. But in some respects, I can sympathize with some of these people who self-identify as incel because in reality they're living TFL. So she made a video right. She made a video. Sorry. Go ahead, Steve.
Incels are incels ultimately do want to kill somebody, and I think that term incel is just a name created to demonize them further. But go ahead. So she showed phony sympathy. She's an attractive half Asian, half white. and she
Oh yeah,
clearly
yeah.
doesn't. Yeah, she doesn't clearly. She's got 690,000 subscribers. I don't think
So
she
it's profitable for her, right? It's profitable for her to talk about this. Do I think she has sympathy? I don't know.
No, I know she doesn't. Don't say I don't know. I know she doesn't.
She's all it's all monetary with her, right? It's all
monetary. Same thing with Karen Stroud. I called her out on her bullshit from the day one, and people are finally coming to that conclusion. You know, I don't know. I hate it when I'm right about something, and then when I'm finally admitted I'm right, nobody tells me you were right all along, Steve. It's like people have this fucking cognitive dissonance. They just can't deal with
big time.
reality.
No, for sure. And what bothered me about her, though, and yeah, maybe I'm biased, but she seems to have a very kind of anarcho-capitalist bent to her I don't know, political compass or whatever you want to call it. So she one of her sentences, she said, "Oh, there's 3 types of incels," and then she mentioned, you know, the first group being the one she empathized with, the second group being kind of lukewarm milquetoast incels, and then the third group, she explained that she described them as they hate women, they hate men who succeed with women, and they hate society. What can't you be like me and hate and resent elements of society without hating women? I don't hate women, but yeah, society's fucked up. So right there, I don't know, that just irritated the hell out of me.
No,
It almost.
Well, I don't know what you're trying to get at. I'm confused here. All I'm saying is
No. What I'm saying is that she basically implied that if you blame society, you're on par with being somebody who's a total misogynist, wants to go back to the Stone Age where guys are clubbing women over the head. So many of these successful YouTubers, like I said, it's this fucking survivorship bias. They think that anyone can succeed. Right. And that if you point out the flaws and the structural flaws of capitalism in society, you're one of these, I don't know, somebody who should be institutionalized. Like I should be institutionalized for blaming society.
Yeah, let Steve get a word in.
Yeah, I can't. He's talking over me. I'm trying to get in a word, and he just won't let me fucking talk. Okay.
I think it's an echo. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. What I'm saying here is I don't take any woman in the manosphere seriously about this problem. This problem is strictly a men's problem. Now, if Bill believed it was at one time, but I think Bill has now reached the point that maybe met about maybe one incel woman or one TFL woman in your whole life?
I have met one woman in my entire life, okay, and it was a long time ago, who I know for fact was TFL. If I was going to say women being TFL, okay, maybe a quarter or an 1/8%, if even that, okay? Because the reality is I've only met one, okay? Now, Warren possibly met another one, okay? But the numbers are going to be so low it won't even be on the Richter scale. Because it is mainly a men's issue.
Right, like what I was saying, it seems like our system in general is just more conducive to women. Like capitalism in general, it's easier for an average or below average, unremarkable woman to succeed, but socially, and like Steve had said at one point, all women are popular. It's just that simple.
Well, that's correct. Even the obese women, they have choice that men don't have.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely they do. I mean that's the standard.
You know, everything is marketed to the woman. Everything is put towards the woman, and all the favoritism and the double standards, everything. You women are raised up so high on a pedestal. You speak up against a woman, and you're immediately crucified by all of these white knights. And yeah, I mean, you can be a woman hater just like that. I know I've been a woman hater for years, and I don't hate women.
I've noticed that as well. A lot of people just don't want to hear out what a guy has to say unless he's a millionaire or I don't know, popular with
Bill and I are not going to mention the name, but there's a certain YouTuber out there that's been around for a long time, and he's a TFLer, and he totally. And Bill, I don't want you to get into details with this.
Oh, I won't. You just talk. I'm not saying a thing.
Okay, we've listened to this guy for years, and he's flipped the script. He went from talking about TFL, changing his persona. Now he talks like he's real debonair. Got a lot of subscribers, but he has stated on numerous occasions through his videos that I've never been TFL. I don't quite understand it, and and yet it's clearly evident this is such a taboo subject that some of these guys that call themselves MGTOW, they just cannot deal with it. It's so beyond their ego to admit to it.
Yeah, it's beyond
right. That's why I
their corruption.
go ahead.
Yes, I call it ego corruption. It's the same as power and greed. It absolutely corrupts your damn mind.
I don't think that's unfair to say. I'm with you. I was going to mention though that for all the faults, the flaws of PUA, and the fact that as a business it was ultimately a scam, just like multi-level marketing. At least they're somewhat honest with the fact that if you're in front of enough women, yeah, eventually you could get something. Whereas I find MGTOW even more dishonest than PUA, because they act like, oh, if you act all, if you go on your path and you're all uptight and minding your own business, like women are going to flock to you. At least the PUA, they're somewhat honest. Like if you throw yourself out there enough, something might stick to the wall, and you'll go home with some. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't even think bar sluts have very high standards too. Now people say, oh, they don't. They'll sleep with anybody. I don't think that's true. I think that it's just. I'm sure there's plenty of Captain Save-A-Hos that would rescue these women.
Oh yeah, well Hell by the dashboard light just left a comment. He says have the TV on. Okay, in the background, what comes on? A commercial for singles hotline 900 pay line. Then he says when did this shit start?
Early 90s, probably 1991, 92, yeah. And it's only gotten worse over. Yeah, it's gotten much worse.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, at least I think you mentioned, Steve, that you used to phone into some of those hotlines, and they were actually interested.
Yes. Oh, yes. Back in the late 90s, before the internet was real big, I did meet a couple girls off of there. It was still a sausage fest. However, there were some women I hooked up with, at least met in person. And so, yeah, it was doable back then. But this social media has destroyed it, the social engineering. And back then, you could still meet a woman going out. It's things have gravity. But TFL was getting pretty strong in the 90s, too, though. Bill was married, but I'm telling you, TFL was catching up in the 90s. That's when PUA came out in the late 90s.
Yes. Yes.
Right. I think PUA peaked. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think PUA peaked around that time that what was his name? David D'Angelo.
Yeah,
Get Altitude or whatever it was.
It hit its peak when he did that Get Altitude. 2007 is when it started going downhill.
Once it made it. Oh man, I'm sorry, Steve, but I got a guy in here I'm going to take out. He leaves a comment saying the main cause of TFL is mental illness.
That's nonsense.
You're damn right.
I think I'm somewhat agree with Mitchell. I think economics is a huge part of it.
It is and it's not though, because there are plenty of single guys that have good jobs and careers that cannot get any women.
Oh well, I think luck is still maybe even a bigger issue. In I think it's economics. I think it's luck. I think it's guys who come across as too. What's the word for it? They're too stoic. They're too masculine. They intimidate women for whatever reason. They're not part of the in crowd. That's another one, right? You have to be part of the in crowd. You have to be part of a ethnic community, speak the language fluently, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or you have to have lived in a town for, like Steve said, have been born in that town. And even then, I think, Steve, I remember you mentioned in an interview with Mitchell, there were these guys, you can just kind of get the sense they were living TFL, like these
Oh
guys
yeah,
who
yeah,
put
yeah, yeah. They
baseball
pretty
caps.
much, yeah, the baseball cap guys, the locals at the bar, and they're living TFL, and they know that, maybe they'll get the local town slut will give them a chance once in every 5 years. Who knows? I mean, you kind of know it's kind of like something out of a Hollywood movie. It's
And they
kind of
were
like,
standoffish to you. You had mentioned, I think it was not necessarily right away, but as soon as you popped the question, hey, are there any single women around here? They kind of were. What did they tell you again? Like
well,
everybody was hooked up.
I know I said something about the one guys were talking. They were saying, well, everyone here is either married or hooked up or something, and they were admitting that they couldn't meet a woman either, and they were very forward about it. They just said that, yeah, it's hard to meet a woman, but I don't think it's hard to meet a woman in a small town because there are more women in small towns. The problem is there's a big pecking order, and that's a major problem with small towns. Even if you're from there, if you're not part of that pecking order, if you're not at the top of the pecking order, you're probably going to not do too well. So the pecking order is it's a very tribal thing. And that's kind of a sad thing for guys that live in that town their whole life and can't find anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're not going to. That's just it. People are so messed up in today's society. I don't even think they have social skills anymore. Everybody's tapped
Small,
into their cell phones.
yeah, small towns will not end your TFL. They will not do it because you're going into a territory that you're just going to be ignored, and you're just going to be like basically like invisible. And even if you're spending money in their respective businesses, you're not going to be seen as somebody valuable. They can give a shit less. And that's kind of a sad situation that it's got to be that way. But I mean, what can you do? And a lot of people in small towns will even say to you directly that if they're low status, they'll say, "Look, I just keep my nose to the grindstone. I don't get involved in this city politics shit because they're angry about it. I don't blame them for it. It's kind of like you get treated like a piece of shit in your own backyard."
Yeah. Well, it's sad because our whole world's gone that way, and sometimes anymore, guys don't realize they're actually pretty lucky being TFL, even though there ain't no luck about it.
Yeah.
But what they're lucky about is they're not coming home to drama. They're not being treated lower than dirt, and then their bank accounts being drained while they're working.
Yep.
So that means
Right.
them are the only good perks you have being TFL. Okay, so Dave got to retire early because he's TFL his whole life. If he hadn't been TFL, he probably wouldn't have been able to retire.
No, his wife would have been pissed rifling through his money. And these fat, ugly wives always spend money. I've never understood why a fat, unattractive, obese woman has a spending habit. What is she buying? It makes no sense. Why? It doesn't make any sense. For all these guys I know that got pensions, their wives are rifling through their savings. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
I was watching a video on YouTube, and a lot of those housewives, suburban McMansion housewives you mentioned, Steve, a lot of them get involved in these multi-level marketing schemes. LuLaRoe is the name of them, and they're all these fat women wearing, those sort of stretchy polyester, I don't know, spandex type leggings. And then they would sell, get a whole closet full of them and sort of sell them to their friends or whatever in Facebook groups. This whole MLM scheme, sort of targeting suburban stay-at-home moms who want to be entrepreneurs. So that's part of what they'll rifle through the savings. They'll buy all this inventory off using their whatever the husband's an electrician or whatever, and I guess there's I don't know.
I don't think people after you've been married to that woman for 20 years, you probably don't even have much of a sex life. I think most marriages are sexless anyways. They really are.
And you got
No,
that.
she's chasing the next whatever it is, the diamond level of that of her quote unquote business. It's not really her business, so if it's through a multi-level marketing company, that's a different story.
Yeah.
It's wow, it's crazy.
Well, you know,
Right.
unfortunately, even in the marriages, what Steve said is just correct. You know, most marriages go good for the first year, and everything after that goes downhill.
Right. I mean, it would be kind of cool to have I don't know, maybe more of a like a I don't know, an open-minded, a hippie type woman, you know, who'd be your friend. You could talk. She would be kind of intellectually
Oh,
stimulating,
come
but
on.
also
That
sleep with you.
remind. Yeah, you're living in a fantasy world. Oh, I just like to have a hippie chick to talk to. You're sounding it. Of course, wouldn't 5,000, 10 million other guys like to have the same thing? You know, I mean, I mean, kind of like there's no such thing as a woman that's giving. You're not. It's not going to happen. There is no such thing as a female friend. It doesn't exist anymore. It does not exist.
No.
Right, or they will talk with like what I found is I do have one female friend, but she might only phone me once every 3 weeks now, and then oh my boyfriend is coming over. That's the click,
Yep.
you know.
Well,
So
most
during those
women don't.
periods, yeah,
Most
go
of
ahead.
these women
Sorry.
most of these women don't want to be your friends. If they don't, the rule of thumb is if they don't want to fuck you, they don't want to be your friend. There's no such thing as having a female friend. It does not fucking exist. They either want to fuck you or they want nothing to do with you.
At one
Well,
time,
she's another long distance contact, so maybe that was since she hasn't met me in person, maybe she's kind of undecided on whether she would be with me romantically. I don't know, but Bill, go ahead. I cut you off.
I was going to say at one time in our society, there was such things as female friends. But in today's society, that's like looking for a needle in the world's largest haystack.
Hey, Bill, will you delete this guy from the chat? His name is Fred Good. Please
Oh, yeah, I'll do that. No problem.
delete his comment. He's a smartass.
Well, he's not no more. He's not even here.
No, there was a time when the next door neighbor, you know, let's say the kids would be riding their bike by or whatever, and the kids were to strike up a conversation. If you're a single guy and you're even just having a conversation with teenagers or whatever, you'd be labeled a creep right away. But there was a
Oh
time
no,
when you
that's
wouldn't
a
be a creep.
meme. In fact, it's getting to the point where most guys we feel creeped out that other people feel creeped out. Isn't that weird? You feel creeped out
Yes.
because they feel creeped out. That's
I had
even
that
weird.
experience a couple days ago with
Yeah.
I was delivering something and then the front door was I didn't notice the front door was open, and then the woman inside said, "Oh, I'm sorry, did I scare you?" And I said, "Oh no, I was scared that I scared you." And then she
Yeah.
laughed about it. So I mean, but there will be other people who'd react kind of negatively to that situation. Me being this kind of
Is this
I don't know how
SBO?
intimidating I look, but sorry, go ahead.
Is this SBO?
SPO's
No.
in the chat, but he's
Okay.
not in. But he's not in the live stream.
Held by the dashboard light says all interaction with women is transactional. Interacting is a formal, superficial, please and thank you, customer and patron manner, no genuineness or authenticity at all. Yeah, all interaction with females is just transactional. That's all it is. It's nothing more. That there is no feelings. I'm telling you, there's none. I've told a lot of women that I take care of my mother part-time. I've seen women, I've told her I was a caregiver. They don't seem to be like, oh, that's wonderful. God, I'd like to find a husband like that. No, it's all transactional. Most women don't give a shit about suffering people in nursing homes.
No,
Unless
they don't give a shit. It's all just what hell by that for like I said. It's all come down to nothing but usury.
Yeah.
There was a woman I kind of had was intimate with, another long distance relationship, and even though she sort of was paid me lip service, she turned out to be kind of a narcissist, and she told me at the end, before she deleted me from her, I guess she found out I had no use for her or whatever, that she didn't care that my mother had passed away from cancer.
Women
that was what, 7 months ago. She said, I don't care.
Women don't seem to have as much empathy for sick women as you think. They really, like, if a woman knows, there was a guy on, do you guys remember that one YouTuber name? I don't know if he still makes videos or not. Horseman, what was his name? Dark Horse, or he was a old hippie guy, used to drive motorcycles. He told me in one of the chats that his wife was dying of cancer and he took care of her, and her female friends even said to him, well, you don't have to be doing that if you don't want to. This is how much fucking empathy women have for other sick women. They don't even feel pain for other women that they're not maybe real close with. They don't value. They're creatures of, and I don't want to sound, Bill may disagree with this, but maybe some of the MGTOW accusations are true. Women are just creatures of instinct and opportunism. They seem to be that way. They love you. Yeah, it's scary. You think about that.
And what is this guy? Was his name Warhorse? Not
Warhorse. Yeah,
Warhorse.
Warhorse.
Was it?
Yeah.
So he's referring to, these women must have been, because I would have thought, maybe this is just something of women of my generation, like the one who told me that, by the way, as soon as she decided to delete me from her contacts list, she said, by the way, I don't care about anything you've been through, blah, 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 about your mother, all this.
No, they don't.
Really nasty. Mind you, I think drugs nowadays are a factor. And that was a factor with her.
I know. Listen, I think all these things are a factor.
Oh my God, Xanax it turns them evil.
I know, and I'm finding out that a lot of, we don't know. I mean, statistically they know, but we don't really know. I don't personally know how many women are on SSRIs, but I can tell you the girls that I've talked with online, and that's not a good indication of all women, but the girls I've talked to online, almost every one of them was on Xanax or some antidepressant.
Yes.
Almost every one of them.
Yes. All of them except for one woman I talked to, and she's from overseas, from the Middle East. The rest of them they're all hooked up on these.
That's another thing. This is a controversial subject. They'll talk about the side effects of antidepressants, but they won't talk about what they've done in far as male-female relations. These fucking people like Dr. Todd Grande, he'll always talk about his own proprietary niche agenda. Narcissism. He centers around one subject, human narcissism, but he doesn't talk about all the other things going on. He only picks his own battles. I hate these fuckers that just arbitrarily pick their own battles.
Right. Yeah, no, that's a good point. I mean, it's such a broad societal, it's like a structural barriers of society that are making things so fucked up. I don't know how else to say it. And people don't want to address the underlying issue, the underlying causes of these problems. So, like you said, pick a proprietary niche and kind of obsess about it until they pull down their YouTube channel.
Right. Well, Dr. Grande is a little higher caliber.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. That was the.
But he doesn't. Well, he doesn't. He relegates TFLers or incels to guys with social anxiety problems. He doesn't understand it. He doesn't fucking want to understand it. I mean, it's bad enough we can't even get MGTOW guys to admit to it. You think a guy in the mainstream's going to understand it?
Exactly.
Oh, hell no.
No.
Well, especially when he's making hundreds of thousands of dollars, weekly.
Well, that's the real sad thing, because the monetary system will cause them to go whatever way they can for the money. But do they actually want to understand what's really going on, even when it's right in their face? No.
No, it was like that. Even people who were like comedians, people who used to pick fun at the establishment are now part of the establishment, like Bill Maher. I think he endorsed Amy Klobuchar as a Democratic nominee or something. That's like She's almost like a George Bush, like spend billions on war and just fuck the homeless at home.
Bill Maher almost physically threatened somebody in the audience one time when they said 9/11 was an inside job. He goes, "Oh, I don't want to fucking hear that shit." And he got out of his seat and he was like going after them. Like he was a real obnoxious prick. Yeah, he's part of the establishment.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't want to hear the truth. That'll piss me off.
Yeah, 9/11 was such a fucking fraud. It was everything, every anomaly. If you had all the videotapes of all the networks that were people that were recording them, I'm sure they're in somebody's attic somewhere, and you could piece all that video together, the timeline, you'd see what a fraud it was.
Yeah.
All the reports, you could see it was scripted from top to bottom. When people said they saw the planes hit the building, they admitted that no, they saw it on TV hit the building. That's how pathetic it is.
Exactly.
Wow.
On TV, they saw it hit the building, but not in real life.
They never did. And well, that's another subject, but it goes to show you how socially engineered all this shit is.
Yeah.
That's amazing. I mean, like, it's a lot to grapple with. But yeah, people generally don't like to touch on these issues.
They don't because they're idiots. And I'll go to my grave knowing, I really believe that it's possible that when you get to the other side in this world that you will be justified in your thoughts. But who knows? I mean, it's really crazy. Who knows?
I'm not going to give up the fight. You know me, I'll go to my grave doing what I'm doing, because it's when we sit down and shut up that they win. They may already be winning,
right.
But why would I want to bend over? Why would I want to drop to my knees and say, "Okay, you win"? No, I'm going to fight right to the end, because
that's what MGTOW is bending over. They're telling guys to be stoic, to go their own path, but society's not really letting men go their own path. It's only men with survivorship bias, right? Guys who might have experienced some success that way. They might. I don't know.
I wouldn't even want to say.
Not everybody. It's not for every guy, right? It's not realistic.
Well, everything's geared towards women, and everything's geared against men.
Yep.
And even,
I mean, people
even
talked
men
about,
are against men, and that's what really makes me mad. When you think
what is it?
about,
men hate men, women hate men, men love women, women love women.
Yes.
Yep.
That's where we're at, and it actually annoys me because as many people in the manosphere are actually going through this stuff. We have all this stuff in common, and why we can't stand together, we have to keep throwing each other underneath the bus. It's that right back to that mindset of wanting up somebody else. And don't they realize the only thing you're doing is hurting any chance you ever have of making any kind of change?
You're just raising the bar
Right.
higher.
Yeah. You're just making it harder for yourself and everybody else.
I kind of wish that YouTuber, he used to have a bigger following and used to be on a community TV show, Alex Ansary. He used to talk about, he made a few good, I guess they were titled MGTOW, but he discussed the sort of the dysfunction of male-female relationships. I think he made them in about 2013. I wish
2015, he did it for a short time, and then he totally jettisoned the project. All he talks about are fucking solar flares now. The fucker, I don't know whether, he's another guy that totally lost his mind on that channel. This is a taboo subject he really doesn't want to talk about.
I don't get it, because if he would have a little more of a following if he had just kept on that trajectory. And I'm not saying exclusively talked about TFL type issues, but made 1 out of 4 videos a week TFL focused.
Well, I think what they're doing is I think what they're doing is the people at the top, the powers to be, okay, are purposely shutting people down that talk about this, because you think about it, Mark Passio touched this topic 5 years ago, and he has never touched it again since. But he'll touch all of the topics he's already talked about over and over and over, but he won't touch that one.
Nope. He won't touch this issue of incel or TFL with a 10-foot pole anymore. And I find it odd that he started to talk about it he did a 6-hour video presentation on it back in early 2015. And after that, it just like disappeared. It's like, what the
Yep.
fuck?
I think he got reprimanded not to talk about it again, and that's exactly what he's doing. You know, I would love to get somebody like David Icke to talk about this and do his dot connection theory on it, but I don't think it'll happen.
No, he's not
That's
talking
about as
about it.
likely as Alex Jones talking about it.
Right.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
amazing. Nobody will talk about the separation of the sexes. It's the fucking, we see it as the fucking 800-pound gorilla in the room, and no one will talk about it.
It really is. You
That,
know, I think what's going on there, and I can't be swearing to this, but I think what's going on is this topic actually scares the people at the top because it's so personal that if people started realizing what's really going on and standing together, it could actually cause them to lose their positions.
right. And
Yeah.
then, of course, Bill, there's that guy that I had mentioned to you yesterday in our private conversation
Right.
that is probably not working at the top, but his fucking ego is inflated to the nth degree.
Oh yes, definitely, definitely. His ego's inflated and he's enjoying what he's doing and it's all about his damn ego.
Do you think ego is I don't know, this is going off topic a bit, but do you think ego is a positive or negative when it comes to attracting someone of, a female or whatever?
I think let me just give you my response. You gave yours, Bill.
Okay.
I think ego obviously helps you because if you're egomaniac, you probably can put on a false persona. So it's possible. But go ahead, Bill.
I think what you said is correct, and the only other thing I would add to what you were saying, because I was pretty much going to say what Steve said, the only thing I would add to that is I think there are some women who are also egomaniacs. Okay, so I think the ego is the only positive thing about it is for corrupt people because it absolutely corrupts fucking people's thinking, and they'll do anything to cover up their ego. At all costs, we got to cover our ego. We don't care who we hurt along the way. Ego needs to go away.
Right. It reminds me of a time a girl in high school. I don't know. We were working on a class project or something together. She told me, "Oh, you." She seemed upset or kind of let down. She said, "Oh, you don't give yourself." She told me, "Oh, you don't give yourself enough credit." And I've had women tell me that I'm humble. That I've never been told that I've had an ego. So maybe if I did put on a bit of an ego, I would have succeeded more. So in terms of building having some sort of a social network, not being totally TFL.
Well, yeah, I can understand what you're saying, but then it's like a double-edged sword because you might put on the ego and maybe you'd gotten a little bit of success, right? But then
Right.
you have to ask yourself, what are you getting successful with? Because the reality is, most you don't get to really know the person, even in today's society. Even if you talk to them and dated them for a year, you don't really get to know them until you actually get together and start living together. And then all the shit you didn't know about they were hiding from you come roaring out.
Right. I mean, I guess I sort of question myself there. If I had more of an ego, would that have opened up my social circle in terms of more opportunities for me socially, career-wise down the road? But I don't know. I'm more of an introverted guy, and maybe that would have bit me in the ass at the end. Like Mitchell would say, a lot of things we do end up biting us in the ass.
Most of the stuff we wind up doing does bite us in the ass. But what are you going to do? You're in a society that
It's like
actually hates men. So you're
it's
the
like when you
most
try to
hated.
find an angle, like right when you think you found I don't know a loophole or something. The meme is out there, like Steve said. The meme is already out there.
Yeah, like when you think there's a loophole that you're going to move to some small town and find a country girl, you're not the only person thinking that. Okay, and even aside from that, if you think you're going to join some Meetup.com group, and like this guy is saying, oh, you need to get that guy that was on here before. Oh, you need to go out there and join a Meetup.com group. Well, he didn't say it that way, but he's like, oh, you got to look for other avenues. Other guys are doing the same thing, trying to optimize too. You're not the only person thinking those thoughts. So you, even if you had an angle, it doesn't take long before the meme or before the idea gets out and everybody's doing it. So you're not so unique after all.
It's like
That's right, Steve. I had tried that a couple times, and I found the first time I went, I think was just a lot of older. There was one older woman there. It was a bit social, and she was a nice gal, a bit socially awkward. But everyone was there for the purpose of learning coding, right? It was very, nobody really stuck around after. And the second time we went, there was a lot of, all the women were coupled up with their boyfriends. It was a lot of Asian women there. So, I mean, I think eventually single guys, they were trying that for a while, and then they kind of gave up. It's like the meme got out and just, I don't know.
Guys think that they're so unique.
Oh, I know. But it's a sort of like the same theory I would put to a shortcut. If Steve found a shortcut that saved him a bunch of gas and time getting to a job, he would use it. But as soon as other people realized that was a shortcut, now it'd be a traffic jam.
Yeah.
It's like the universe realigns itself to keep us in this state of flux of fear and uncertainty and struggle, I guess. I don't know. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, it is what it is. We live in a very messed up world. So many men are struggling with this. It is very, very personal topic, and they struggle with it so hard. I mean, that's why you got so many MGTOWers that are actually TFL that will never own up to it in a million years.
Right. The last thing a woman wants to hear is if a guy is MGTOW. That's gonna repel her like the opposites of or the same sides of a magnet, right?
Like, here's something. Help on the Dashboard Light says a record low percentage of the population are young. It's possible. When he says young, is he referring to the millennials? Certainly are a huge percentage of the population now. Unless he's talking
not
about
well, I was just looking at these numbers earlier today, and I know in Canada the largest age cohort are senior citizens, like boomers and silent generation. The U.S. I didn't remember the ratio comparing millennials to the boomer generation, but I think they're very on par. I know there's definitely 104 men to every 100 women. That's gonna skew everything. People are like, oh well, there's only 4% more men than women. That completely changes.
Yeah, but when you couple that with dating limbo, and dating limbo is rampant where women, they say like more teenage girls now are not having sex, they're not in relationships. That's very problematic. There's no pair bonding anymore. And I think Hell by the Dashboard Light talked about pair bonding a few times. There's no pair bonding. You can't, if you're not pair bonding at an early age and you're just, I don't necessarily believe the idea that there's all these girls banging chads. I think these women are sexless and are just in their own world. They get all their validation from their cell phone.
The only teenage women who are having sex are these kind of real misfits. They're all tattooed up. They've experimented with drugs. They fell into the wrong crowd, and they're like runaways who live out of group homes. Those are the only women who have sex at a young age.
Well, it's not even just that. I think what happens is these young girls coming out of high school and stuff, they get all the sex they want while they're young, and then they don't care anymore because they don't need it. If they want it, they get anytime they need it. So it's not a big deal to them. So they have no problem going without it.
No, it's true, but I can just sense for a fact, my gut feeling is telling me that the youngest age bracket now, like people from age in the high school age, girls, I bet you it's about 85% of them are celibate. In big cities, maybe even more. I don't think women. The meme of society now is that women don't need men.
Well, you know what?
Right? Men are beneath women.
I would agree with you on that because that is the NWO agenda.
Right.
That is exactly what they're after. And so, yeah, I would agree on that.
You see, that's what bothers me about this YouTuber. What's his name? Oh, he ripped down his channel recently. FA Monday. He won't talk about social engineering or a new world order.
No,
He won't even touch on that.
FA Monday's back up. And he calls himself Chad Monday. He calls himself Monday Chad Monday now.
Oh boy. Well, I'm not saying I hate the guy or whatever. I just think he's a bullshitter. I'm sorry. I got to call it as it is.
Bill, I think me and Bill Greathouse are the most honest people of what's going on in the manosphere today. I don't think there's a fucking channel out there that really covers this. Even I Am Serious. I mean, I liked his channel, but he wouldn't even let me on his channel. He played games with me, and he tried to get me on his show, and then he backed down. He won't talk about this issue. I don't know. Have you ever seen it? I Am Serious. He's got about almost 4,000 subscribers, which isn't a lot, but he won't touch the subject with a 10-foot pole.
I'm FA Monday. I have a talk with a deep voice, and I'm so cool.
Yeah, right.
You have to be invited onto my show, and you have to have at least 1,000 subscribers.
I have 2,000, but it doesn't. And the bottom line is that people probably don't like my physical appearance. They think I look a little bit on the autistic side at times, but I don't think I really am. I communicate very effectively with people in my job. I think that's another meme out there in the internet. They're accusing people of being autistic because the only people that accuse you of being autistic are people on the internet. Isn't that funny?
Yeah,
absolutely. I've noticed that kind of phenomenon seems to be exclusive to the internet. I've only had one person joke.
I think in my entire life, I've had 2 people accuse me of having Asperger's. In my entire life,
I've had it once. Once in 28 years. And this guy, he was sarcastic, and he didn't really mean it. He'll always beat me down as a
almost everybody in the internet will accuse you of that. And the funny thing I find about that, the guy that had the obsession over that was that one guy that Kicks Passion, who had another MGTOW nervous breakdown, took all his shit down and went to, I don't know. But he was out there doing the same shit, just ripping on me and Bill, especially me, telling me I had autism or whatever. The fact of the matter is he doesn't know my fucking life any more than I know his life,
Exactly.
It's such a shame. You know what? That to me, what happened with the trajectory of Kick's passion from the beginning, and he used to create amazing content that was just so honest.
Yeah, he
had Stockholm syndrome. He had Stockholm syndrome. He attacked other people who were suffering from the same thing he's going through, or talked about the same subject matter. He became obsessed with you, and then he sort of turned on you. It was like Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah, he liked me for a while, then he turned on me. And I don't dislike the guy. I try to give him some advice, but of course, I was wrong to give him advice on life because I don't know his circumstances. He's got a very rough life, and obviously life has not been good to him. And I take for granted it took me this long to get a decent paying job, but it was like, but I have a lot of battle scars. I'm like 18 years older than this guy, so I have a lot of battle scars that, Bill, you and I have been through a lot more shit in our lives. I mean, I haven't been through a divorce, but as you get older, you kind of take for granted the battle scars you have. You know what I'm saying, Bill?
Yes, you do.
I try to, though.
I've been fighting this for a long time, and so has Steve. I guess the biggest dream I could have is I don't have many years left probably on this earth as it is. So I guess the biggest dream I could ever have would be that the people in the manosphere would find a way to start getting along and find a way to work together to continue this fight because that's what it's going to take. You can't give up.
And even if the manosphere is still fragmented, I've never seen a MGTOW bumper sticker. Like it's Just that's
Yeah,
so
yeah. If
phony.
it was catching on, why haven't I haven't seen anybody with a MGTOW T-shirt? They're also afraid of it. I mean, it's like it's a virtual reality community. It's never gotten itself into the mainstream yet. Feminists will have no problem putting anti-male rhetoric on the bumper stickers of their little shitbox smart car. You know,
Why
they
are they
don't.
afraid of it? I gave people TFL shirts. I gave them TFL hats and pins.
Right.
But you're right. MGTOW ain't got one bumper sticker. They don't have a hat. They don't have a T-shirt.
Well, they have a T-shirt, but I don't know who the. I think they wear these things like pajama tops to bed. They don't leave the house with them.
Oh well, there you go. Well, then you might as well not even have it. If you're afraid to put it on and go out in public, then what good's that? You know, I put my TFL hat on, my shirt on, and went everywhere with it. I didn't care what people thought.
Steve, have you talked to Mitchell recently by any chance? I'm just wondering if he's had
I did read.
any
I
luck.
did talk. I talked to him occasionally. I want to get him in a Zoom interview, and I love this Zoom program. It's friggin' awesome. You do so many cool things with it, and yeah, I'd love to get him in a chat. Well, he's moved on. He's doing other things now, but he's I guess living out in Oregon now.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he moved out of the Philadelphia area. He's in Oregon now. I'm gonna have to switch phones as my battery's going low. So, Bill, I'm gonna disconnect from here. I'll be right back on. Okay.
Okay.
Right. Bye bye.
Yep. No, the sad thing is if I could get people just in the manosphere to come together, that would be a big thing because, yeah, as many people are going through this, why would you not want to stand together and fight the same fight?
Right.
That's
Right.
the part that don't make sense. Why do you want to keep throwing each other under the bus? Why, because we're going to you got to learn how to agree to disagree. I don't agree with everything Dashboard says. He don't agree with me, but we don't know each other personally. And he's fighting the same struggle that so many other men are. And he's a great,
Right.
I mean, he's done some really great work. So why is it that we can't come together? That's really my problem because we can't get nowhere. We keep fighting each other. We're just raising the bar higher. We're making it harder on everybody else, and we're getting nowhere.
Yeah, like yeah, it's tough. I kind of wish. I don't know. It seems like I always wonder how the mainstream media would react to TFL, whether they would just try to paint it as a bunch of guys trying to get laid. I mean, I try to say everything I can to
mainstream
distance
media.
myself from.
I can already tell you what mainstream media will do. Okay, mainstream media would crucify us, and we would be painted out as dangerous to society. Okay, everything negative to the public. Why? Because they are
Right.
controlled by the powers to be. I do firmly believe the powers to be, just like they shut Mark Passio down, then this topic is being so hid, okay, because it is so personal. And I think it scares the hell out of them because it is just personal enough that if enough guys come together and it keeps growing, saying the same thing, they won't be able to freaking shut it down.
Really? Yeah.
And it would undo years of freaking social engineering. And they would be pissed over that.
Yeah. I feel like they profit off of fear and dividing the working class guys.
Oh, they do. They make profit off this, and it's giving them their agenda. I mean, you said it yourself, okay? When you talked about how many girls you think in high school are actually getting it, sex, okay? I agree with you on that because this goes right along with the agenda. It's exactly what they want.
Hmm.
Okay, they don't like the fact that we're speaking up. I'll guarantee the powers to be don't like Hell by the Dashboard, don't like Steve Hoka, don't like me, don't like anybody that actually tells real truth. when it comes to what's going on in the dating arena. They don't
Right.
want it out
They'll
there.
pick out parts. They'll try to pick out sound bites that sound and take it out of context, like anything. They'll either paint you as far right or, I mean, I don't think there's anything any sound bite of me that would sound far right, but they'll do that to anyone in the videos, right? Because
Yeah.
it's not profitable to have for a voice of reason to be out there on the airwaves of YouTube or whatever.
No, they're not profiting off of it. What they're doing is getting their agenda through, okay, by keeping this problem going. I mean, I think TFL, I think things like this show, they don't like. They'll keep pushing it down because they don't like it. No more than I'm held by the dashboard light come up and kept doing videos. His earlier videos were fantastic. They don't want that kind of knowledge out there. Because, as soon as enough men globally get tired of this crap, there's going to be a rebellion. How are you going to get around it?
Right.
One day it's going to get
Especially
to the
considering
point.
at least 25% of men are living TFL, from what I know. And I think in some areas, it could be as high as 40%. So if you get all those men, if they hear a voice that's putting words to their feelings, that could spark some that could be a catalyst for some kind of real life uprising. They might casually mention something about their friends, and then they all realize, yeah, we're all living this. Why are we bending over for a society that views us as like the lowest caste or whatever, right?
Oh, that's it. It's just like what Warren says. Why would you want to break your ass to support a society that wants nothing to do with you?
Right, and that also ties into my criticism of MGTOW. They act like you can just do whatever you want, go your own way, and be happy independently. But you're still gonna have to slave away for putting your hours at work. That's feeding into society.
You're giving these people what they want. They don't want strong family units no more. They don't want men and women together. Because if men and women were together and you had strong values, they wouldn't be able to get by with what they get by with.
Right.
They didn't accidentally divide the genders and do this to us. This has all been deliberately done.
That's true.
And people got to understand this is not an accident. You can dodge around it, do whatever you want. That's not going to change anything.
Right. No, I mean even you can talk about the population getting out of control, which I think is true to an extent, but that doesn't excuse the fact that men and women can't even be friends anymore. I mean, for Christ's sake.
Exactly.
Why can't men and women at least be friends without some fear of, portraying if you're a tall, masculine guy with his own thoughts and ideas, you're as held by the dashboard light says, excuse my language, you're a fuck monster in the eyes of society. You could rape a woman any minute. You could.
Oh, I know. They painted as every man out automatically as a rapist, a predator, a villain.
Just looking for driven by his biology. That's kind of what.
A crock of shit.
But you gotta realize where that comes from. Look at the women on the online dating sites. Look at all these hundreds of guys talking to them. Right. I mean, the way, the attitude that these guys are talking to them is just very aggressive, obnoxious. So
that's true.
And so the guys on these dating sites have learned that they have to be that way to get their attention. So what does that do to man's image? What does that do when you go and work in a female dominated workplace? They're going to see you as one of the because they're on their online dating apps, and this is the impression that we get of men.
See, that's what held by the dashboard lights. If every guy like Bill Greathouse had said if YouTube wasn't suppressing Hell by the Dashboard Light or like-minded voices of reason, and guys caught onto the fact that you don't try to come across as some kind of I don't know 1930s gangster, or I don't know, a thug, or try hard bad, quote unquote, bad boy. That in fact you got to do the opposite. Women wouldn't have as negative opinions about men if men were just a little more, I don't know, level-headed about how they talk to women. That could shift how women viewed men. But would how media portrays men still override that? I don't know.
I think the media would override that because it's been going on so long, and the media reaches all over the world.
That's true. It's like when they talk about mass shootings and terrorism, it's far more likely that you'll get struck by lightning twice than be involved in a terrorist attack or a mass shooting.
You know,
right?
yeah.
They
Well,
sensationalize.
they have the reach. They can reach all over the world, and now with the technology, they can censor and shut down people. I mean, just like, okay, we're all up here talking and doing what we're doing right now, right? They can control how many people actually ever see this.
That's true.
Okay, so it puts us, I mean, they have the advantage because they own the tools we are using to speak out.
I think you might be onto something, because today I googled the name of a specific YouTube channel and the title of the video, and it didn't show up in the response. Normally it would in the search results. Sorry, not
Yes.
response. The search result didn't show up. I didn't see the guy's channel. Jimmy Dore is the name of the channel. It was an anti-war video.
Yeah.
That was sort of debunking the fact that I think the U.S. government's pushing for a war with Iran. And I guess that Google and everything is in bed with the military-industrial complex, apparently.
Well, of course they are. The military-industrial complex also has a branch of them called the military-media-industrial complex. What people don't realize, and you go look it up, I'm not lying, you go look. You'll find it for yourself. What people don't realize is this is so finely controlled that Hollywood, military, CIA, okay, all of them are involved, and they're controlling the media, and all of them are involved. It's not an accident that YouTube has YouTube TV. It's not an accident that you're seeing all of these movies and all of these. Think about this. All these different sitcoms and movies and shit, ABC movie, Wednesday night movie stuff, and all this crap that nobody would have access to has suddenly just showed up all over YouTube.
Yeah. No, I've noticed this phenomenon myself.
I mean, the thing is they're all in bed together, working together. Do you want to say conspiracy? It is. You know, I talked about my heart doctor the other day and what's happened there. People want to think the medical industry in the United States is here for their health. No, they're not. That's a lie.
Mm-hmm.
They could care less what happens to us.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Which is
I
sad.
just think, right. I think it's what I feel that is that if you're a single guy going out into the world, you're going to be seen as dangerous. Whereas if you're with a woman, if you're kind of coupled up in public, and you'll be seen as maybe a little safer.
Yeah.
And I think MGTOW doesn't want to come to terms with that. They want to think that if you're a single guy, you can be Mr. rugged individual and go conquer the Wild West or whatever.
Well, you know why MGTOW made mainstream media?
Why? Oh, what's his name did? That blonde Scandinavian.
Yeah. But you know why it went mainstream at all? Because they wanted to destroy MGTOW. because
Is
it
that
was
right? Eh?
because the original concept was men walking away from women, and they didn't want that like TFL. They didn't want that catching on because that would have destroyed all their years of social engineering. Just like TFL would destroy their years of social engineering. So they took
Well, yes,
MGTOW mainstream, and after it went mainstream, you started watching Pump and Dump, and you started seeing the behavior change.
Yeah. Hey, Bill,
Yes.
I'm calling you from my phone now. And I got, I think Mitchell's going to be calling in shortly.
Oh, awesome.
Yes,
So Mitchell will be in here shortly.
Well, that's
Cool
cool.
to talk to another artist.
Yeah, he's going to be in. So I got to get off the phone. I'll get you back on the other thing. Okay,
Get me
I wanted to
back on
test
the other
this.
thing, and as long as
I'll
Mitchell
be through.
calls
I'll
in,
be
I'll
going.
bring him in. Okay.
I'll get through Zoom. Thanks. Bye bye.
Yep.
Bill, to
Hi.
touch on that point, I think part of why you mentioned they wanted to you mentioned that they wanted to vilify. Is that the right word? Vilify or condemn MGTOW on the mainstream media airwaves or over TV is because they felt like if it caught on to the mainstream of society, that men would sort of drop out of
If men really
hustling
well,
for
you gotta
100 hours a
remember.
week work.
You gotta remember, MGTOW stands for men going their own way, which is to walk away from their opposite gender. Okay? Now you think about TFL and you think about a mass number of men started opting out, not even giving the woman a time of day. That would cause women to backtrack what the hell's going on. Okay? Then to correct it, they'll start changing their own behaviors, which has all been social engineered. Okay? Which would cause a domino effect and bring down their years of social engineering. They couldn't have that. No different than they can have TFL keep going because they can keep us pushed down. But if we ever got together and started working together, they would have trouble keeping us down. They don't want that. That's the last thing they want because it'll destroy everything, everything they've worked for. Just like that.
Do you think this will ever catch like men will ever come together, Bill?
I don't think
In our
so.
lifetime? I don't think in our lifetime. Maybe
No, I
our
don't see
maybe
that.
my
No.
children.
Hold on, guys. Mitchell's in here.
Mitchell in there.
I want Mitchell to talk. Welcome to the show, Mitchell.
Yeah, how are you, Bill?
I'm pretty good.
Hey, Mitchell.
Glad to hear from
Hey,
you,
Bill.
Mitchell. Well, hello, Warren. Now we got Warren and Mitchell.
Yeah. I don't think this will change in our lifetime because there's like way too much at stake. Number one, number two, as long as our economy is based on money.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's always going to be like this. I mean, basically, our economy is based on money. So basically, let's say if us men just said, screw it, we'll just do our thing, go our own way. Heck, I'm more concerned about going out and hiking and fishing than going out there and meeting chicks. Basically, we would become less competitive, and it would be an upset to our economy.
Well, also you got to factor in. It's also because of money. Because the say women like back in the old days, she needed a husband to fix the car, fix the roof, and so on. But now when it's so capitalistic and everything, cheap labor is everywhere. It's dime a dozen. You can hire someone for minimum wage or even less in California because you can hire an illegal immigrant to fix your roof or whatever. So you have these 30 women in their 30s.
Even that immigrant would be a man, so it'd still be a job for a man to do, even if it was just like, it's going to get to a point when automation takes over, man. I mean, men will become even more.
But yeah, what I'm saying historically, like in the feudal times, like a woman was dependent on her husband to kind of take care of stuff around the house. Whereas now with how capitalistic it is, she can hire any guy to do it.
That's pretty much it. but basically, what they want is they want us to be competitive, where we compete to make more money, and we compete to consume things.
So
Keep everything circulating.
Okay, here's the thing. We as men are competing against so many things. They're affected by the sexual market, right? We're going to be affected by the job market too. Not only with women, but also with automation. We're going to be affected in the dating market with lesbians and with,
Yeah, I mean, you have to take into consideration that, like, for the average guy, like, the cost of living has just skyrocketed. I mean, just to rent an apartment is like, where I live is like $1,400 for a studio apartment. And then
why are you renting?
Have not grown since the 80s. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
I mean, look what the Asians and the Mexicans are doing. They stay with their family. So they get out of high school. They find their match in high school, and they continue live. They either move into the girl's family's house or the guy's family's house, depending on who has a nicer house. They live with their family in all the way into sometimes their late 20s. They both work. They save up for their own house, and they get their house debt free without. Sometimes they'll get a mortgage, they'll get a down payment, but they don't get tied into the money bankers, tied into being debt slaves like white people do. Because with white people, it's like, oh, you're 18 years old, I'm done. Get out of the house.
Yeah, not all cultures like that. There's a lot of cultures, man. Like when you're like over here, like you said, like when you're 18, you're expected to leave the house. That's not always like that. And there's a lot of cultures out there, man, where it's not seen as like a nerdy or a geeky thing for people to be living at home with their parents, because a lot of times what it is kind of like returning a favor. Like, your parents took care of you, now you take care of them.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because now they're getting old. You see what I'm saying? So.
Yeah.
Oh, is that Steve talking? He's really low. Is that Steve talking in the background?
Yeah, I was just joking. I says, oh yeah, you got to go to wine. I was just thinking about that guy was saying earlier. You got to go to wine tasting events. You got to go to this and that to these people are so cracked. These freaking people giving advice about how to meet people. Bill, I maintain strongly we've given people the best advice: is you got to cope with this problem. It's like Mitchell said back in 2012. This problem will probably not end in our lifetime.
Yeah.
No, it's not going to go away.
No.
Well, I'm glad that Mitchell's here.
And I want to say this, by no fault of our own and no fault of anyone's, it's basically going to be an issue where it's only going to get worse.
Well, what's nice about this whole Zoom thing is that, people say, well, we're not looking for solutions. We've got a whole cadre of what, we got like 5, 6, 7 guys on here. Of course, we got people in the chat. So we got a whole army of people that are listening to this.
Oh, don't say army. You're gonna get this banned. Don't say army.
What part of California are you from?
Oh, me? Central, the foothills, like south of Sacramento, a couple hours south of Sacramento.
Oh, so you're kind of like
Jackson,
like in the Central Valley.
Yeah, near Central Valley, just north of Central Valley. Yeah.
Just below Sacramento, so that's almost towards almost near the bay itself.
Oh no, I'm like 3 hours from the bay, east of the bay. I'm up in the Sierra, up in the Sierra Nevadas.
Oh, that is a cool place.
Yeah.
Off topic, can I ask one question of off the grid prosperity, man? Your little avatar pig, man, it's too small to really see it that good. Is that Beavis from Beavis and Butthead?
Yeah.
So basically, I could say this, what I found, and this was a life experience. It was basically a waste of time, trying to chase after women in the first place. I mean, I can understand, the philosophy of MGTOW.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
I
it
can
comes down to
understand.
it comes down to a financial, or not a financial, but just kind of a trade, a risk versus reward kind of trade off, isn't it?
Well, okay, by trying to pursue women, what has that really done? I mean, it was a waste of time, and it was actually more counterproductive than productive. I mean, what has that really done? I mean, you go to these places to try to meet them. It's only, put you in situations where it could have put you in all kinds of confrontational situations. People are not all that open and friendly. It's, been more emotional heartache, trying to connect with people.
For sure.
Absolutely. It's like someone said once when they said something like, when I'm in a friend group or something at college, like I've never feel more alone than when I'm out with a group of friends. And that really was quite profound statement. I think a lot of people can relate to that, being out with a group of your friends, of guys at a bar, you're at your own table, yet you just feel like you can't really talk about any deep subject matter. It's all a very surface level kind of stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was just, I can understand, where MGTOW is going, and or TFL, or if you want to call it MGTOW. Basically, by trying to pursue and chase after and trying to meet these women because we didn't want to be alone, we wanted to be with someone, we wanted to have a special someone in our lives. What has that really done? I mean, it has, put us in, really bad situations. And it was just very counterproductive when that, could have been put towards, more creative adventures.
Absolutely. I in retrospect, I regret all the time. I even pursuing just friendships with women, that time would have been better spent on my art for me anyways. I don't know about you guys, but any of your, whatever your passion is, it was counterproductive ultimately. I have nothing to show for it.
It was just counterproductive. And most of it, I mean, most of us guys didn't have the luck that we wanted with these women in the first place. I mean, things were a lot more complex. Oh, you'll meet someone, or the fairy tale love thing. Things are more complex than that. So it didn't exactly fall into place for a lot of us. And, as a result, it became a situation where we were dealing with raw emotions rather than, putting it towards other things that would have benefited us.
Absolutely.
So,
yeah.
I mean, we put our emotional energies in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
And you know what else? The more you try to meet someone, the harder it's going to be. The harder you try, the more elusive it's going to become.
Yeah, they can sense that when you're trying to hustle up a product to sell to them. They can sense it.
They can sense it, pretty quick, just like the bold, on the San Francisco Times, just like the bold print on the San Francisco Times.
Wow.
And myself, I'm also, on the autistic spectrum. And a lot of times, because we're wired different, people that are neurotypical, they could pick up things that, we can't, like certain subtle body languages.
That's another thing that got me thinking too, man, is what do you make of the theory that if you're like certain types of like really high IQ people or like really super intelligent people are almost by default going to have a harder time with socializing and things like that? Like if your IQ is so high.
Well, what it is most people are more geared towards things like small talk, and that's how to communicate. Because a lot of small talk it's kind of like a network thing when you small talk. It's kind of like the social web, but we're not part of it.
Yeah, because a person who's very intelligent and very open with himself, he gets bored with the, oh, how are you doing? Oh, yeah, blah blah blah. You know, give a fake answer. He's gonna get bored with that.
Right. We're not really wired that way, a lot of us, and I guess a lot of times, like, women have been conditioned to, think a certain way, and if you're, male, you're supposed to have a certain way of going about, connecting with them.
Yeah, otherwise you're weird, right? "Quote unquote" weird.
Yes, there was like a certain ritual, and if you're not really wired that way, or you have like some kind of what's known as social dyslexia, i.e., Asperger's, you're fucked out there, especially, especially in today's society.
You know what that reminds me? On this channel they talk about David Icke and Alan Watt and stuff like that. But Alan Watt used to ask when someone would ask him on the show, like, how did you get woken up to the matrix of reality? And Alan Watt, his answer multiple times would be, I like to think that I have a form of autism that lets me see the world the way it really is, without all the window dressing.
And he had a thing for Jackie Petru, man. I don't think Jackie reciprocated, as far as I know. But yeah, he used to have the. I think. I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe
That
I was
was his
wrong.
first shows, right? That was his first.
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I was just. I don't know where
that was those first radio shows he was on, right? Jackie.
Yeah, I know he did do a radio show with Jackie, though.
Oh, he did lots of them. Oh yeah. I think.
For the longest. I'm
Go
sorry to interrupt you.
No, go ahead.
Sorry. No, I really feel, I don't even think it's even about the looks. I think a lot of it is the way we're wired.
Yeah.
Well, I think when you get a group of guys together, you're gonna get like here, you're gonna get topics that are going beyond. How are you doing today? How's the weather? What was on TV? It's gonna naturally go there if the guys are, think have a brain on their shoulder, on the head on their shoulders. But once you introduce one female to that context, then suddenly all the guys are gonna try to instantly go towards the inane topics that don't really matter.
Yeah.
Well, I found that, believe it or not, as far as like, going, mid-tel, for a lot of people, it might even be a good idea because we're wasting a lot of time trying to pursue, the dating scene. And right now, it's, especially if you don't have the right networks, you're fucked. Most people meet people through other people or through some kind of controlled environment. But if you don't have that element, you're going to find it very hard because generally people, and especially women, are going to be more reluctant, to talk to strangers anyway. And if you do try to strike up a conversation with the average, woman that you just don't know, you're going to think you're an effing weirdo.
Yeah.
So a lot of, the ability to meet people, it's like through, different networks, different groups. And if you don't have those networks, you're screwed. So it's probably better to just pursue your passions and pursue the passions, pursue the things that make you happy, and pursue the things that you really enjoy doing, because by putting all those emotions out there to try to connect with someone, it was just a huge waste of energy, huge waste of life energies.
Talking on the phone for 3 hours a night.
That too.
Yeah, you put a lot of energy and effort into it to get nowhere.
Right. It was like basically running into a brick wall head first.
And then getting back up and doing it again, right?
Exactly.
It's pathetic.
I mean, it was like a situation that was, a go nowhere situation. Basically, it was just a loop. Everything kind of went around in one big loop. I mean, it almost pays just to, do your thing and, let things happen by itself if it does happen.
Yeah, I think people will respect you more for that. When you're trying to, it kind of shows your kind of lower value, But when you're not trying, then they can kind of perceive that.
The more you try, it kind of, lowers your value as a person. But then again, as an aspie, you probably are not going to be able to see that. You would just think, well, when I was a kid back in high school, if there was a girl you liked, you'd go up and introduce yourself, and that was cool. But things are different in the adult world.
Yeah.
Well, I think even in other countries, it's kind of this thing about guys just cold approaching women. I think it's kind of like, in ways, it's kind of psychopathic, because I think in other countries, like, yeah, the guy approached, but he was given some kind of come hither, look. He was given some kind of like stare or some kind of something, to tell him, signal him to come talk to her. But now it's these guys on here are talking about, oh, I cold approach I cold approach 400 women, and I get just one response, and they think that's a good deal. They think that's a good odds.
Yeah, right. Uh-huh. And then they woke up, right? Or maybe they're still asleep.
I mean, this is basically the consequence. Okay, technically, cold approaching strange women by any legal definition, no, it is not called harassment, because harassment, basically, the definition of harassment is to deliberately try to cause someone emotional distress through intimidation or coercion. So, trying to say hi to women or trying to connect with someone, no, that's not called harassment. However, it causes a lot of other problems.
Yeah, especially when these POAs are like, they're more than just just talking, just coming up and approaching. They're like, oh well, bro, you got to keep trying. She's gonna reject you the first couple times. You got to keep going. You got to keep propositioning over and over again. That's what some of them will tell you.
Actually, that wouldn't even be called. That wouldn't even be called harassment. You know what that would be called? By legal definition, that's called stalking.
Yeah, that would be correct.
It would not be harassment. That would actually be a stalking situation, because they're two entirely two different definitions.
Yeah, stalking. So now you become a predator.
I mean, if like let's say walk in the mall, there's a girl you fancy that works in the kiosk, and you want to go up there and you want to talk to her, but she might seem okay. She might not want to be rude, so she'll say hi back or whatever. But let's say if you go there several times, and let's say she really didn't want you to be bugging her, and she felt uneasy with you, that's how they can get you for a stalking situation.
Yeah, it's almost like you gotta kind of work a job where you have a lot of people. You're not working in an office where it's just all guys. You gotta work in a place where be a cashier, like held by the dashboard, like it says. Might as well. Even minimum wage goes up every year. So you might as well just be a cashier. At least you're working with people who you can become friends with, and then maybe something happens. It happens. But these guys who want to work in the office all day, uh, and then they feel like they're going to try to go to the store or meet a cashier. It's just not going to happen.
No.
I don't. Let me tell you something. I don't even think if you work at a place where there's a lot of cashiers, why do you assume that there's not a lot of guys living TFL that work in those places?
Oh, I don't. I'm just saying you have better odds, and I mean at least you have an opportunity to get to know people and meet like more organically rather than trying to do this kind of game thing where you're cold approaching, as they say. You know?
Actually, that PUA thing is a bunch of crap.
Sure the hell is.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, it's a bunch of crap.
Mitchell, we had a black guy on here. We had to kick him off here because he was driving me nuts. He was telling guys that he was living TFL too. He was giving them dating advice on, you need to get out more and go to different venues. And me and Bill are laughing at that because it's like we've been talking about for the last 10, 12 years about basically it's not that easy.
No. Well, one, generally people just are not going to be open to talk to total strangers out there.
Right. That's true.
I mean, people are not going to be open to strangers, and it doesn't matter what part of the United States you live in, or North America, or the world for that matter.
Dashboard's on the chat saying, when you work these jobs, you got frequent opportunity to interact with women, establish rapport over time, so it's like at least you got some kind of chance, doing these kind of jobs where you're working with like a kind of mixed gender ratio.
Or if you're an artist, you can, probably take different art classes or join different art groups where there's going to be, a good pool of women, and you're going to have something in common with them.
Well, I'll say it's better than working 80 hours a week and then trying to, just try to cold approach people. I mean, it's better than working 80 hours a week and jump some job where you're working with all men.
Tend to agree. Yeah. Yeah. In fact, the only woman I've sort of been close and romantic with, I guess you could say, she was sort of a long-term relationship, but we weren't really that close for that long. But nonetheless, we had shared interests. We were both interested in art. She was going to art college, and she sort of consulted me for a bit of tutoring to sort of improve her technical skills, because a lot of her classes were theory based. So I helped her with painting and whatnot, and yeah, I think there's some truth to that, what Mitchell pointed out there.
But that would be the way to go about it. The cold approach thing with this PUA, especially if a lot of us guys that are not going to have the right skills or communication skills, using the PUA situation to do other things. It wouldn't be like that myth harassment. It would be more like it can get you into fights with other guys, including people that are trying to be on a white knight.
Right.
It can cause a lot of other problems.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that's a good point.
There's so much white knighting that Diablo 4 is coming out, and they actually added a white knight class to Diablo 4.
But there's too much of it, so you can go and say hi to someone, and the next thing you know, you get someone in your face while you bothering her, and that can even become like a physical confrontation. It's just not worth it.
Well, even if you go in with the implication of no real romantic interest, I find it's almost considered a social faux pas for a single guy to approach a woman or group of women, even a mixed gender group. It's almost a social faux pas to talk to strangers, especially female strangers, especially. It's not considered cool.
now. I think
Well,
what's considered cool today is that we, be as reserved and aloof as possible and just keep everything very pragmatic.
Hey, Bill, while we're in the chat, since Help on the Dashboard Light is commenting, let's ask him why he's doing all this crazy shit, like deleting 100% of his videos and going like incognito. What the hell's up with this shit? I mean, I don't understand what his beef is. I like one thing I like about you and me, Bill. We're upfront and honest about shit. Why is everybody so standoffish?
It's part of that damn mentality. It's division, and they need to get over their mentality. I mean, I understand why Hell by the Dashboard would get angry. I understand why TFLers get angry. I mean, it's a very hard freaking life to live when you want somebody in your life, a mate and friend, and blah blah, and you can't get it regardless of what you do. And then when you live in a world that's all about money and competition and everything's wanting up somebody else, and I mean, to be successful, to be blah blah blah. When you live in the society we're living in, it will breed a lot of anger. Okay, and how are you gonna, the only thing I can say is in the manosphere, we really need to calm down our anger and realize that there's so many men in the same boat as yourself. You can't hate on them when they're in the same situation you are. You need to understand where the
Well,
problem comes from.
I mean, the anger is pretty real. The
Yes,
anger is pretty intense, what everyone's going through right now.
it is.
Especially today with things being so competitive, the economy, the cost of living, the cost of things,
But you know
and
what,
everything else. I mean,
Mitchell? If the men would just in the manosphere would start working together, they could use that anger in a positive direction towards the society who's responsible for doing this to us.
I mean, the anger is so bad. Look at the news. Probably a lot of that's, about, a lot of like these freak things that are going on today. A lot of that probably has, some TFL qualities to it.
Yeah. I mean, I understand what Steve's saying because Dashboard did a lot of good videos. And then he just takes them down. And so then when other young men come along, they're not getting that message from him because he took them down.
I think he had to because of strikes. I don't think he.
No, he didn't do it. It's more involved than that. I don't buy the strike issue, and he's a liar. He's got some psychological tics or some issues that he doesn't. I mean, he started sounding sane until he started getting high and drunk on here, and then he started just talking about piss jugs and all this other goofy shit. It just, I think a lot of these people lose their mind on here, and I hate to say it, but
I think it was a veiled humor. It was a veiled humor. The piss jugs and the Mosel trailer park and all that stuff. Like it was a veiled humor.
When he started doing these videos about fractals, and he spent 45 minutes talking about the fractals of a tree while he was stoned in a motel room, I just thought that was goofy. I mean,
how about that video on the female beauty? What was it? What was that that lady?
Well, that was
people.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, he had so much to offer, but I don't know how you just like these guys just don't. Maybe they just don't have it in them to really be out there, and maybe they're hoping. And I think in Hell of the Dashboard Light is hoping that maybe he's gonna find some woman and he's gonna remain incognito, and he's probably going to be able to overcome this, and he's not going to overcome this problem because this problem has nothing to do with him. It's society.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's correct.
Yeah, that's something Alan Watt would talk about too. He said, like, guys, they like to beat themselves up and talk about, it's their fault they can't keep a job in this system, or is their fault they can't.
But he won't. Again, Alan Watt's another one of those guys that won't talk about TFL either. He's one of those many guys that won't touch this subject with a 10-foot pole. And me and Bill are the only people hammering down on this.
It's a very taboo subject.
Yeah.
It is. It's personal and
Yeah.
it's taboo. Okay? And a lot of people, just because it's personal, don't want to touch it. And then it's taboo, so society says you're not allowed to talk about it.
I can whine about 1,000,000,001 things and it wouldn't be taboo. But if you discuss this or come off like you're whining about, issues with women and relationships, it becomes a lot more taboo than you could ever imagine as a non-spoken rule.
Yeah, what's
I can
taboo?
even,
Taboo is corruption.
but what's really weird about it is I can whine and complain how broke I am. I can whine and complain how I screwed my entire fucking life up. I can whine and complain about 1,000,000,001 things. But if you were to whine and complain about having chick problems, it becomes a very taboo subject.
And what's even more taboo is that we talking about all the things that lead to TFL. Like, I am a firm believer that racial economics play a factor in it too, because okay, you see more white women now intermarrying with Asian blacks, especially black and white women, and it's usually a black man and a white woman. It's never the other way around. It's very rarely. So you have demographic things that do not favor white men in particular, because I mean, how many women are there? I mean, it's bad enough there's more men, and we're talking about immigration things, but this problem, like you said, Mitchell, it's multifaceted. I don't think it'll end in our lifetime.
No.
I think white. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't even think it would end anytime even during next century and beyond, to be quite honest with you.
I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say how this thing's going to play itself out with the populations. Well, how it's going to work in America is we're going to become like Brazil. You're going to have an elite class of white people that are going to run things, and you're going to basically have a hodgepodge of dark-skinned immigrants that are going to come here, and those groups will be pandered to, of course, to the political system. Here's a thing that bothers the shit out of me. I'm of Generation X. We were the most underrepresented generation of them all. The baby boomers aren't going to get out of power for another 30 years. They've got, listen, Dianne Feinstein was born in 1933. She's what they call the silent generation, and she's still in fucking power. How the fuck can anything change with these same generations in power?
Yeah. And they're not about to give up that power.
No, not at all.
No.
The only way we could ever change anything would be through numbers. And that's almost impossible to get. I mean, when you just look at the manosphere, how everybody wants to be off, they're out of their damn mind and can't understand that we need to be working together for the life of them. Well, I mean, it just means your enemy win. That's all
There's
it
no
means.
transparency in the manosphere, man. Everybody's got their own agendas, and I mean, nobody's really wanting to be honest and transparent and get to the root of things. I mean, there's too much childish bullshit and bickering going on, man. Honestly.
Well, I talked about this one. Me and Bill talked about this one YouTuber yesterday that we've known for many years. He used to be a TFLer, and all of a sudden he flipped the script, and now the guy claims that he's an expert in European affairs and all this other bullshit, and he doesn't want to talk about what he used to talk about, and he's even alluded that he's never been TFL or incel. Now that's how bad it is when you've got a prominent people who used to be TFL all of a sudden just flipping the script. I mean, it's like they reinvent themselves. It's such bullshit.
Yeah.
Isn't that what Stardust did?
Yeah.
He did too. Yeah. I mean, it's
he went from talking about TFL and showing you mentioned, Steve, you showed facial videos. I never saw those.
That was back in the day. Yeah, he used to you could Google his name and find his picture at one time, but I don't know if you can still find his picture online. But you can.
Something to keep an eye on, Bill. I mean, as far as TFL making it to the mainstream, keep an eye on this. Keep an eye on Kent Trey. He's trying to beef up and work to become a pro wrestler now, and he's actually kind of I mean, which is good that he's doing something positive with his life. I'm happy for him for that. But if he makes it into like, because he said his dream to go to WWE, and you know, it's like one of these, you know, inspirational stories where all the normies get behind and virtue signal like they actually give a shit or something, right?
You talking about the black guy, Kent, that short guy?
Yeah, him, yeah.
How could he be a wrestler? You got to be a big guy to be a wrestler.
Was that Dwayne Holloway you were talking about?
Dude, there's a guy at AEW right now. The way is my size and about my size, about 120 pounds, and he's like 5'5".
Yeah,
I mean, he's not like a really great guy, but he's like an undercard guy. But I mean, he's a wrestler.
Was that Dwayne Holloway you were talking about?
Huh?
Was that Dwayne Holloway you were talking about? The guy, European Affairs?
No, he's some other guy. I don't want to talk about him right now because I don't want to start an internet flame war. But there's a couple guys out there that used to. Well, I can tell you one of them just totally left the scene was Barbarossa. He just completely just left the scene, and you know he went from bashing women and politics to all of a sudden he's left the scene because he's obviously got a taste of pussyitis on his brain. And that's his business, what he does. But he at least could have told people, look, I found a woman in my life and this is that. He's just, it gets back to this ego thing,
Right. Like I found a lot of these guys who, they start creating a bunch of MGTOW, MGTOW related videos, and then they sort of veer off into like either they become evolutionary biologists overnight, or they branch off into really extreme divisive like white nationalism and whatnot. They can never seem to stick to their main message. They always flip the script, and it's irritating.
Well, I mean, we talk about
you're talking about starters.
We continually talk about it because we know the reality of it. Did you Google his picture?
Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna grab my laptop.
Are you talking about that picture where he has the thumbs up, the two thumbs up? You talking about that picture of him?
It might have been that one, but that's him. That guy you see like in the gym.
Or bald head.
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah, I see that one. Yeah. Yeah, nothing really wrong with. I mean, he's an average looking guy. Nothing really wrong with him,
Well, but he claims that he claims he's an expert in there. He's an expert in all this stuff, and he's
evolutionary biology.
Well, he's talking about biology and all this other shit, and I don't know. These people kind of veer off their path. Him and some other people we've talked about. And even like how about the Dashboard Light? He was doing pretty good for a while, and all of a sudden these people veer off, and they for some reason they still linger, but they just kind of, I don't know. It's such a disingenuous. The manosphere is such a disingenuous community.
You know what? We're too competitive. We're too competitive. We don't want to deal with what we have to deal with as far as the actual alienation from trying to meet a woman. We don't deal with our fate, our dilemma.
Yeah, you're gonna be so busy being competitive against each other while your real enemy comes in your back door while you're busy fighting against one another and takes your damn asses out.
That's what I think the plan is.
I think our society and the economy is just winner take all economy. It's just too competitive in general, and it's hurting men more than it ever has, and it's going to get worse. I mean, I think capitalism it's more conducive to women in terms of their job, in terms of their socializing.
As far as now, yes.
Yeah.
Women are not seen as dangerous, whereas a guy like me is going to be seen as a threat.
Okay, let's say for guys, let's say we don't even look really all that composing. We look like, very average, everyday, guys. But let's say, we have like Asperger's or we're dyslexic. Even as far back as school, it's more likely that they would, put us in special ed classes or even kick us out of that school and put us in some kind of special school if we're dyslexic or we're on the spectrum, because we're going to be more of a threat than the women would be, girls. I think girls seem to fly in the radar with that.
See, what happened to me is I scored out of LD classes going into 7th grade, and I had the option to either stay in LD classes or go to normal classes. And I was young and naive at the time, and all I thought was, well, you know, I want to be one of the cool kids. I don't want to be one of the LD kids that everybody laughs at. So I mean, so I was like, I'm going to mainstream classes, you know. And I got there and I had a hard time keeping up. And
see, that competitive thinking actually is what ends up biting us in the ass. I had a chance with a girl, and she was not considered very cool, but looking back, she was quite attractive in high school. And if I had just been myself, or not been so, you know, so insecure in terms of not having money, not driving a cool car, yada yada yada, I probably could have, I don't know, got somewhere with her, whether it was a meaningful friendship or a relationship or whatever.
Women care about cars anymore. They're oblivious to that. They don't need your materialism. They don't care. I really believe that women have hit, modern day women have hit the pinnacle of euphoria. They're living in a world where they can be dirt poor and still be, you know, egotistically happy. I do. I really believe that. I don't see. That's another thing. I don't really see any miserable, unhappy women. They all seem very, very happy about their lives. I mean, how often do they commit suicide?
No, they never. Yeah, it's very rare.
And some of the happiest women are single, or they're just out with their girlfriend.
But it's a big difference between a single guy. You know, you look at a man and a woman in their late 30s or early 40s. A woman, she's happy coming home to her wine, coming home to her apartment or home or whatever, and you know. But the guy, he's going straight to the online dating apps. He's trying to scour the internet for a date. You know, but a woman,
I have Tinder at home, and I haven't swiped it in ages. I go on there. I haven't gotten one woman swipe me, hey, you're interested. I mean, like, you could go months and not even get a woman showing interest. I mean, how something could be so lopsided as the dating apps, you know?
Well, it goes back
I thought here, we were talking about this before. There's actually more horny cocks out there than vaginas.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but it's so bad that you know, I think men have not. I wish to God men could be, whatever drugs are giving women to not make them interested in men. Maybe we men need to get those drugs so we can be better.
That's right. Yeah.
Well, it just comes back to men need to start valuing their own time, their own life, their own resources, and putting it towards their own passions and direction, and so on. If they're going to keep trying to, but men just want to keep throwing that stuff at what women want. They just want to keep throwing their passion and resources into what the girlfriend or the wife wants.
Well, women, I think, at least for in the West, I think women are getting the best jobs and controlling most of the resources today. So,
oh yeah, it's common marketing. Any marketing teacher would tell you that 80% of the decisions when it comes to the spending, it comes to the women. You know, housing purchases. It's all about, you know, making that kitchen look good, making that bathroom look good. You know, when they're selling a house, you know, it all comes down to the women.
The employers are going to rather hire a female salesperson to sell shoes or whatever than some male, because they know that's going to, you know, women are going to prefer dealing with the female salesperson.
Yeah, and the customers want to. If you have two lines in a store, in a general store, and you have a male cashier and a female cashier, you know, you're going to see them try to kind of scoot their way towards that size, you know.
Oh yeah,
especially.
I just go to whichever one's a shorter line.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I know. In general, yeah. But if it's all equal, you know.
Yeah.
Especially if it's a reasonably attractive woman.
Yeah.
I mean, that's going to attract a lot more business than, you know, like one of us guys, you know, some grumpy guy.
Guaranteed. Yeah. Although I can sort of see it from the woman's perspective. Like, imagine being some 21-year-old slim girl working as a cashier, she must get propositioned daily.
No, not that.
Well, actually, there'd be more people that want to go to her line. She would probably, people would probably, she would probably get more business, and that line that she's at would get more business.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of stores will put like someone. His name is Techno Kid. He's a follower here. But he talks about how his has a family member working at McDonald's, and they would put they would put all the females in the front working with people, and all the males back, flipping the hamburgers and heating up the hamburgers and stuff. But all the females were automatically put as cashiers.
You also have to remember this: the demographics has changed. Me and Steve discussed this, almost a decade ago. There's actually more males than females in our country.
I just looked at that today, Mitchell. The demographics of U.S. and Canada, because I was interested. I think both U.S. I think U.S. it's 104 males for every 100 females. In Canada, it's something like 103. They're very similar. So that's like 4%.
You also got to bear in mind too that all these refugees are bringing over are primarily men too.
Right.
That's gonna upset the balance for the average everyday guy trying to meet somebody, because there's going to be more horny sausages out there than bearded oysters.
Right. For the world sex ratio, it's something like 107 men for every 100 females. It's like 80. I said one time 80 million men are guaranteed to never find a woman. If you look worldwide, 80 million men will never find a woman.
But it also depends on the country. Places like Europe might actually have more, females to men, like a lot of your European nations. But as far as, North America, there's going to be more males than females.
I think it's going to be happening in Europe too, like I said, because when you consider the immigration crisis and things like that, and when you consider most of the refugees are 90% men. So they've already got an influx of foreign men just being sent over to. That's happening in Europe too.
Now, here's another thing: if you were in cities like Philadelphia, New York, Boston, you're going to have a much higher ratio of women in these cities. But then again, in these bigger cities, you're going to be dealing with, more social barriers, like what your career is, how much you're making, blah, 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 blah.
Yes. Yes. There's sort of different standards for these cosmopolitan women. I've noticed that too. Where I live, I think the ratio is about on par in Toronto, but I find the women seem to want like a really effeminate, androgynous pretty boy, like kind of just as an accessory to show off. They're making the good money, but they don't want some t-shirt and jeans type blue collar guy. Even if he makes decent money, I think even then he's going to have a tougher time.
Yeah,
I heard that Toronto is probably one of the roughest cities to, connect with women, leave alone try to meet women, like in a place like a cold approaching them in a shopping mall or something. One of the toughest.
I did actually cold approach, but I was like 19 at the time. It was me and this girl were both lost on the bus or something, and I grabbed her number, and we ended up going on a date a week later. But I just wasn't socially, I don't know, wasn't socially normal enough or something on the date. I just came across as I didn't play it off cool enough or something. And she quickly, I could tell she got weirded out. and that mind you, she paid for both of our meals, but I just got the sense she was weirded out by me.
Well, it's easy for me to do cold approaches right now because I'm in the Sierra Nevadas of California. It's in December, so it's really easy to do cold approaches because it's freezing out there.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. That's pretty much what it comes down to. I mean,
I'll give you an example. Parts of California, Oregon, where I'm at, a lot of places that are out west, people would be more approachable than, let's say, if you're in, Philadelphia or New York or Boston. But then again, there's going to be less available women than there would be in a place like Boston or Philadelphia or New York.
Let me ask you guys this: like looking back at history, we see men in the Americas going out west. The cowboys back in this time, they chose to go into these towns. They chose to move out west. They chose to go into these towns where there's 200 men per one woman. They chose to chase these lifestyles because they wanted to get in gunfights. They wanted to get in wars with Indians. They wanted to chase gold. They wanted to go search for gold. They chose to do this. But and today we're kind of obsessing over. Oh well, it's been a while since I've had a date, but in the past, men chose to move away from women. What do even not outside the United States? Look at look at these pirates, Somalian pirates, and it's like what's going on today?
Well, I think people went out west for different reasons. A lot of people went out because they felt, like during the gold rush, going, into California or Oregon or Washington State, you had the gold. So there was a lot of reasons. There's a lot of people went out west because they really didn't do well socially in big cities like, your Philadelphia, New York, or Boston's.
I think later there was also that Dust Bowl thing.
That was in the 30s.
Well, that was Dust Bowls were just in a couple states, wasn't it? It wasn't in the whole United States.
Not the whole states, but basically like your Midwest, like Missouri, Iowa, parts of Colorado.
I kind of think it's something men. I don't think they need relationships. I think that they kind of, there's something in men that they want to pursue that excitement of life. They want to pursue getting in gunfights on the Western Front. They want to get in. They want to go search for gold. And so, because we don't have that today, because we're all, go to your 8 to 9 job or 8 to 5 job, go, work for your law firm, go work for your realtor company, and then come home and you drive home and you go to your little box you call a house and you type on your computer, and it's like yeah, you're not experiencing life. So now we're talking about because we're not experiencing life like our ancestors did. We're kind of like obsessing over, oh, I didn't have a wife with kids and a white picket fence.
Well, I think. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Going out west, it's in our nature, especially our human nature, to want to pioneer places, to want to explore places, to go see what's over that hill. Yeah, that's part of our human nature, and
right.
Me being also an artist, and I love doing nature photography. I'm very adventurous, and I'll pretty much do things on the edge like that. But a lot of people, even back then, they really wanted to stay where they were at, even if things were going bad. But you had to have that sense of adventure.
Yeah, I mean, you have to know that a lot of these outlaws that were running under the Wild West or robbing banks and stuff are probably buying hookers too. I mean,
well, actually, believe it or not, there was a lot of mail order brides that were sent out from, Boston back in the 1800s out west.
Yeah.
there was a lot of mail order brides that were brought in from the East Coast cities.
Yeah, yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, for every one guy who moved out west, there were probably 5 guys who wanted to stay in the east and just work their 9 to 5 job and have a wife at home. So I see what you're saying.
Yep. Hey guys, I hate to do it, but I'm gonna cut the show. We've been up here a little over 4 hours, and I've got to get some shut eye. My blood pressure's running through the roof right now, so I think I need to rest.
All right, man.
So,
nice meeting you.
hey, yes, well, I enjoyed tonight's show a lot. I thank all of you for calling in. You got the information. If you want to hold on to it, you can always come in any Saturday night when I have it if you want. Okay, so you're welcome back.
I didn't mean to jump over the conversation. I mean, sometimes I just kind of get really into talking.
Oh, no, that's all right, Mitchell. I enjoyed having you here, and I would like to see you bookmark that number and put that somewhere that you got it. Because you can
I have
always,
it saved.
yeah, okay, you can always call in on a Saturday night that way if you choose to. And that goes for the other callers as well. Okay. But I'm going to get out of here because I got my blood pressure at like 151 and I need to get some sleep. Try to bring it down. I've got my medicines in me already. I've even been using garlic, but it fucking seems like it's going the other direction on me. So
I've learned to stay away from too much salty stuff. I mean, a lot of salt is what I believe causes blood pressure to go up.
yeah, well, I got
A lot
other
of
issues.
sodium.
I got other issues with my heart going on right now. Okay. And I suspect I got another blockage, and I've been. Oh, if you had watched any of my videos recently, you'd see it. I've been going through hell with the medical system, but today's one of them days that I went from 107 over 80 to 130 over 88 to 151 over 90. And it just keeps climbing, so I think I need to try to get some sleep and see if I can't bring it down.
Yeah, we need to let you go ahead and go, man. You need to get some rest, man.
Yep, so.
Listen, nice talking to you again, Warren.
Nice
Yes.
talking to you too again, Mitchell.
Okay, guys.
Appreciate it, Bill. Thanks for
Yes.
thanks
Nice
for the
meeting you.
stream.
Yep, well, I
Bill.
appreciate it, and I appreciate everybody here. Remember, you're all welcome back, and with that being said, guys, I'm going to get out of here, and you all have a good one.
You too. Good night.
Take care.
All right.